This is my planet. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. The Centaur Girl Comes to Live Together. Over there, Xia Guixuan left the game cabin and went directly to Yin Xiaoru's villa. Yin Xiaoru didn't go to work today. She almost woke up yesterday, and her mind was so distracted that she had a splitting headache. Although she was suppressed and no longer sick, the little fox still felt that she was a patient, so she decisively gave herself a day off today. Then she slept until after 9 in the morning. It was so cool. The little fox went to the balcony comfortably and stretched his waist to do health exercises. Just as his chest expanded, he saw a celestial horse coming from the clouds. Under the morning glow, it was really fairy-like and handsome. Yin Xiaoru thought it was some natural scene, and happily activated the camera function of the watch to take a beautiful picture. As a result, the horse and the camera was getting closer and closer, and soon he saw a familiar face. Yin Xiaoru's jaw almost dropped. Mom! Oh, horse! I've never seen such a beautiful horse. Shang Zhaoi's eyes were a little strange, and he whispered, "Where's the Father God? Cindy is sleeping." "The Father God doesn't need to sleep. Why do you care whether he wants to sleep or not? No matter how powerful a person is, he doesn't need to rest." "You call me the Father God, but what kind of person is he?" "A housekeeper who is always waiting to deal with your problems." Shang Zhaoi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed. "Yes, the princess is right," Yin Xiaoru said. "Why are you calling me the princess? Does she recognize me as her daughter? The king asked me to live here for a while and get along with you." Shang Zhaoi smiled apologetically. "Maybe this is also our self-righteousness. Whether we can live here depends on you, not us." Yin Xiaoru asked curiously, "Why live here? Is she conscious?" "She is in a perceptive state now and cannot talk to you, but she will know what you say, which can be considered a kind of getting along," Shang Zhaoi said. "She said that kinship is not only about blood, but also about feelings. If it is true, even if they are not mother and daughter, they are sisters. Even if she cannot be resurrected, she will destroy her soul and send you to be the king." "So what?" Yin Xiaoru stood there in a daze. Really say that?" Shang Zhaoi said seriously. "Our king has always been magnanimous and his words are as good as gold." "No, I don't mean to question." "Oh," Yin Xiaoru reached out to pull her. "I have such a big villa, and Cindy doesn't live there now. It's just right that you are here. Accompany me for dinner." Shang Zhaoi, eat. "According to what you mean, the Father God accompanied you for dinner before?" "Taking, Father God, it's okay to be called a very feminine English name, but also to eat." The dignified Wu Xiang was dragged in from the balcony by a little Kingston fox. He staggered when he landed on the balcony and suspected that he was in an illusion. "Oh my, it's really beautiful." Yin Xiaoru circled around her several times, stretched out her hand to touch her back, then retracted her hand and smiled ingratiatingly. "Can I touch it?" Shang Zhaoi, "Well, Sister Shang, your horse body looks thin. Is it really okay to ride on it?" Shang Zhaoi said unhappily. "It's okay. Besides, normally, you ride on the back, not the waist, but this back looks thin too." Yin Xiaoru was very excited. "Can I ride it for a while, just for a while? This looks too tempting." Shang Zhaoi, "I really don't understand what's tempting. I have lived in the descendants of gods for so many years and no one has said that they want to ride a horse when they see a human. So far, there are only 2 idiots, Xia Guixuan and Yin Xiaoru. The other one even said that he would quickly turn back into a human, otherwise he was seducing him to ride. I say, are you two talking human words?" Shang Zhaoi had a blank expression, annoyed and unable to get angry. He didn't dare to get angry with Xia Guixuan, and seeing Yin Xiaoru's idiot look, he couldn't get angry. In the end, he could only helplessly bang and turn back into human form. How much trouble was saved? Yin Xiaoru was very regretful, and the color in her eyes disappeared. She went back to the room listlessly. "Come to eat, Sister Shang. I really am not here to eat. You are the body of the Fox King, and you have talents that many people envy, but you just eat and sleep all day long." Shang Zhaoi was powerless to complain. He finally understood what Langai meant by broken brain, and finally understood why he couldn't sense the awakening of the Fox King for more than 20 years. She must not be like this to the outside world, otherwise how can she manage the company? In the legend of Sengyu, President Yin was still a cold and arrogant female president. Now she is still considered an outsider. Why is she so unreserved? But Yin Xiaoru went downstairs and said, "Since you are here to live, instead of letting me live in the fox tribe, you are here to live like a human." Sister Shuang seems to be still not into the role. Cindy was very casual at the beginning. "So is this why he is the father god and you're just a priest?" Shuang's AOI was stunned. This little fox, is she really stupid? No wonder she, as a descendant of God, has no expression at all to the father god. From the perspective of humans, there is really no need to express anything to the descendant of God, the father god. At most, you can say wow, so awesome. But don't you know that your closeness to the so-called Cindy is related to the aura of closeness to the father god? Sitting at the dinner table, Shuang's AOI really asked, "Xiaoru, you are..." Sister Shuang wants to say that my good impression of him may be fake. Yin Xiaoru didn't make any big meals. She slept late today, so she simply made some cake and milk and gave Shuang's AOI a portion. He supported his forehead with one hand and ate the cake casually, muttering, "Whether it's true or not, what does it matter? Will the halo disappear? Ah, that won't happen. Even if I reach the power of the former king, even if I want to tear the sky apart, the closeness to him in my heart is still there. After all, I have been cultivating his principles since childhood and bathed in his spiritual energy. This cannot be changed, since it won't disappear. Isn't this one of his inherent charms? What's fake about it?" Yin Xiaoru said indifferently. He has said it several times in a hypocritical manner. "What, little fox, your feelings for me are influenced by other factors," as if he really doesn't know. Is it interesting? Shuang's AOI didn't know how many times he was stunned. He always felt that what he said didn't seem to be right, but it seemed difficult to refute. At least, unless he was possessed by a nitpicking spirit, it was difficult to think of a rebuttal immediately. In the final analysis, it just depends on how your heart recognizes it, just like whether she is willing to recognize the Fox King as her mother, but in a moment, it is yes or no. Then as long as she thinks that this is her Cindy's advantage, and even admits that this father god halo is easy to attract bees and butterflies, who can say that this is not true? Shuang's AOI ate the cake without knowing the taste, and suddenly felt that this living together mission was a bit difficult. Yes, this is a mission, not just to cultivate feelings. Otherwise, as the head of the descendants of God, she has so many things to do. How can she have the time to live here? Sister Shuang, isn't this cake delicious? Yin Xiaoru finished eating the cake herself, and looked at Shuang's AOI in confusion as he had just taken a small bite of the cake. This should suit the taste of the descendants of God. There are some fruits in my ecological park that are rich in spiritual energy. I picked them specially to make fruitcakes. Shuang's AOI said reluctantly, "If I could eat the fruits directly, I would prefer it. I'm not used to human-baked cakes. Really want it to be original?" The ancients were not so stubborn. We are not ancient people, we are practitioners. These things are meaningless except for adding impurities. We have to deliberately excrete them after eating them. So, Yin Xiaoru hesitated and said, "Cindy has been eating deliberately to make me happy, obviously. Although I don't know why the father god would do such a playhouse-like move, because he is a lover, he knew I would be very happy, so he ate it. Cindy is the best to me." Yin Xiaoru looked at her with her chin in her hand, and Sister Shuang seems to have taken the wrong path. Shuang's AOI smiled. "Yu Qinzin said that Wu Xiang took the wrong path, forget it." As she was thinking this, her heart moved slightly, and she suddenly felt as if someone was there. She turned her head and saw a slight ripple in the void beside her, and Xia Guixuan slowly appeared. He had been listening in for a long time, and he didn't show up because he was observing Shuang's AOI. Now that he had observed almost everything, there was nothing to hide anymore. The key was that at that moment, her heart moved suddenly, and she didn't want to hide anymore. The little fox was very sure, he has a lover. Is that so? This is the nth person who said this, and Father God's halo, that is his charm. How can it be false? Xia Guixuan looked at Yin Xiaoru in a daze, but Yin Xiaoru was very happy. "Are you here? You came so late, have you had breakfast? There is still cake." Xia Guixuan looked at her for a long time, and suddenly smiled. "Yes, cherry flavor." Yin Xiaoru blushed slightly. "There are no cherries in the ecological park, and of course there is no cherry-flavored cake. The cherry flavor he tasted was her lipstick last night. P.S. The character avatars of Mozu and Xiao Jiu have been updated. Chapter 152, No Form and Supreme. Yin Xiaoru felt that Xia Guixuan had finally come to his senses. Not only was he no longer a straight man, but he could actually flirt with women, and his sweet words could make people's hearts pound. She also knew in her heart that this was probably not a sudden realization, but a revelation of his true nature. But wasn't that what she had always hoped for? Thinking back to the time when they first met, it seemed like a lifetime ago. Well, although it had been a long time since Xia Guixuan thought about Yin Xiaoru when they first met, it seemed like a lifetime ago. The two looked at each other, and there seemed to be some waves flashing in the air, which made Xiang Zhaoi, who was standing next to him, get goosebumps all over his body, and he subconsciously moved his chair a foot to the side. Then he saw Yin Xiaoru standing up slowly, holding Xia Guixuan's neck. "I just ate the cherry-flavored one, if you want more, come here and find it." As she spoke, she pouted her little lips, which were pink. Xia Guixuan kissed her without saying a word, and ate with great devotion. Xiang Zhaoi was dumbfounded, and he pointed at his nose unconsciously, as if he wanted to say there are still people here, but he couldn't say a word. He watched the couple feeding horse food in front of him, and they gnawed with a sound of smacking their tongues. How can they live together like horses? Do they have to watch this every day? With a blank mind, he watched the two of them gnaw for half a minute, and then they separated reluctantly. Xia Guixuan sat down on Yin Xiaoru's original position, and Yin Xiaoru sat on his lap very naturally. The two of them hugged each other and ate cake. Xia Guixuan took a bite and fed Yin Xiaoru in his arms a bite. Xiang Zhaoi didn't know what his expression was. Can he keep the body of the Fox King? Even if I follow the routine of the Fox King's possession of bodies in the future, I am afraid that when I see her in the future, I will unconsciously think of this scene, and I will lose all respect. A gnashing voice faintly emerged in the sea of consciousness. Whether it is me, my daughter, or my sister, can I bear it? Xiang Zhaoi responded, no, the Fox King's divine consciousness could not be so intense, and it seemed that he was also stimulated. This stimulation also affected his perception. Xiang Zhaoi suddenly felt like he was being held and fed. Wherever his hand passed over Yin Xiaoru, he felt an electric shock. Xiang Zhaoi covered his face. The remnant soul of the Fox King covered his face. What is Xiang Zhaoi's mission here? The meaning of cultivating feelings is indeed true. If everyone has a good relationship, then the Fox King does not necessarily have to possess the body. It can be mother and daughter or sisters. The Fox King is originally very open-minded and will not be particularly entangled in whether his arrangement must be completed. But as a matter of personal interest, the Fox King obviously will not be naive and follow this path, so there are two preparations. First, he tried to instill some ideas into Yin Xiaoru, and played the emotional card, so that she would go to live in the Fox tribe after a while. When she got there, she would really become a princess, and with a sense of responsibility of the tribe, she would naturally be different slowly. Yes, of course, the Fox King still had the preparation to subtly seize the body. As long as Yin Xiaoru herself had the intention of awakening and wanted to merge, Xia Guixuan would not be able to stop her, or it would be sudden at that time, and he might not have time to stop it. So the second is to use a light bulb to prevent the couple from really doing it, since the Fox King still had the idea of taking the body. Of course he didn't want his body to be that of a man. But now seeing this character, Xiang Zhaoi was always worried that even if he stood in front of them, these two guys might do it. Xiang Priest, Xia Guixuan fed Yin Xiaoru cake with one hand, and suddenly spoke. Xiang Zhaoi woke up as if from a dream. Actually, you are not formless, right? Xia Guixuan said casually. You are formless because your soul has expanded and your soul power has become powerful after the residual soul of the Fox King entered your sea of consciousness. It can be considered a forced improvement. In fact, your understanding of formlessness is indeed a little insufficient, Xiang Zhaoi said calmly. Father God, are you willing to give me some advice? Why not? Xia Guixuan smiled. No matter what you think of me in your heart, whether it is respect, closeness, or wanting to tear me apart, I said I don't mind. The fact is that you are indeed a race born out of my influence. No matter how unwilling I am to take responsibility, I still have a responsibility to you, Xiang Zhaoi whispered, but the situation of the descendants of gods is really bad now, Father God. You help mankind and solve the internal affairs quickly. If Gongsun Jiu makes great progress in the future, the rise of Daxia is only now. We have lost two formless priests, people are panicking, and lack strength. Do you think that I am helping mankind by solving its internal affairs? Xia Guixuan laughed. Don't you all realize one thing? The real reason I got involved in this matter is to avenge the Fox King. Huh? Shang Zhaoi's heart moved, and his soul was also agitated. Because this might be true, but no one had thought about it before. If it wasn't for the Fox King, why would Xia Guixuan investigate human spies and then get more and more involved? It should be said that half of it is revenge for the Fox King, and the other half is to find out Xiaoru's situation, so as to stop the Fox King, but it is still for the Fox King. Xia Guixuan sighed. Could it be that I would do this for Gongsun Jiayu? Although I admire him, I have also had many conflicts with him. Although humans have benefited from this matter, from the beginning to the end, my starting point has been you. Shang Zhaoi was silent for a moment, and whispered, Father God has a heart, so the descendants of gods are weak now, and may face the danger of being destroyed by humans. Since I am involved in this matter, I will not ignore it completely. I asked Xiaoru if she was willing to be king. Since she didn't want to, then you can be the king of the descendants of gods yourself. Why rely on others? This was simply a direct provocation. Shang Zhaoi did not feel any turbulence in the Soul Sea, but he really didn't know what the Fox King thought after hearing this. Xia Guixuan continued, if you are the king, relying only on the strength of the initial stage of Wuxiang, you can't convince the people, and you can't resist humans. I do intend to guide you, which is also a reward for your help to me in the past, no matter what. Guidance on the path of cultivation is the most important thing for any cultivator. It is the real lifelong pursuit. Shang Zhaoi would be crazy to refuse. She quickly collected her thoughts, stood up and bowed, Father God, please give me some advice. Yin Xiaoru blinked. She always thought that this sister was complicated and proud, a hero, but she was just frustrated because she ran into Cindy and couldn't show her ability. However, at this moment, for a word of guidance on the path of cultivation, she actually knelt down. Is this piety? Or is it delusion? Or is it in the name of piety, but actually doing delusional things, but not knowing it? Soon Xia Guixuan said, you have been doing other people's things, whether it's the layout and planning of the Xiandao sect or the calculations against Xiaoru, even now. How long has it been since you last lived your own life? Maybe you will say that this is what you want, but others are others after all. Even the path of formlessness belongs to others. You are not you, so how can you be formless? It was as if a heavy hammer had hit Shang Zhaoi's heart heavily. Her soul was shaken severely and even her breathing was a little difficult. Actually, this is nothing. You can insist that your life's work is to carry on the aspirations of the previous kings. Although this path is biased, it is loyal and firm, and sooner or later you will be able to prove the truth. But the question is, can you tell whether what you do is your own choice or because you are influenced by the parasitic soul? In other words, some things you want to do, and some things you don't want to do but have to do. Can you tell the difference in detail? Self-choice is the way, even if you choose to obey everything, it is also the way of loyalty, but if you can't help yourself, and you don't even know if it is your own choice, this is not the way. Shang Zhaoi looked pale, pursed his lips and said nothing. She really couldn't tell. Even this time when she came to live together, she couldn't tell whether she thought so, or the Fox King thought it should be this way. You seem to be calculating and ambitious, but your mind is full of confusion, and you are attached to appearances. It's like eating something. You can eat it or not. A little impurity that you can excrete whenever you want is not a troublesome poison. Why do you have to consider whether it is beneficial or not? You should consider the big things, and you can do whatever you want in the small things. This is called doing what you want without going beyond the rules. If you have to consider whether everything is beneficial or not, how can you be without appearance? Then, Shang Zhaoi asked sincerely, what is the boundary between big and small? What is what you want, and what is beyond the rules? Where is the boundary? Actually, Xia Guixuan was also very serious. Now I am also going back, and even I am looking for this boundary. Let's do it together, okay? Shang Zhaoi looked up in surprise, only to see Xia Guixuan's serious expression. He seemed to really think so. He was also looking for it. Xia Guixuan smiled. I dare not say that I know the boundary now. But I dare say that once it is clear, you can be without appearance, and once you don't need to think about it anymore, I can be supreme. Chapter 153 Shopping. In fact, my eyes were rolling around, and I always felt that Cindy's words had some ulterior motives. A rough translation would probably be something like this: follow me, I want to ride you, I don't know if it's accurate enough. Anyway, it's definitely not visible on his face, but from Xiao's perspective, it really feels a bit deafening, and a thin layer of cold sweat appears on his forehead. I always think that I am Wuxiang, and I have become one of the 4 great priests of the descendants of gods, and I am even equal to Hun Yuan and others. Until now, I am still the top leader, the high priest, and I have great power. But I always forget how I got Wuxiang, and whether the Tao is my own. Even those plans for the layout of Daxia, the ambition to unify the world, and the courage to break the shackles of the heaven, are they from my own or the previous king? After a long time, I can no longer tell. The Fox King did not take my body, and it was not intentional, but I unconsciously felt that it was no different from being taken away by someone, and I was even complacent about it, thinking that I was very powerful. With a confused mind and no idea of his own path, no wonder he has made no progress in the past 20 years. Xia Guixuan stood up with Yin Xiaoru in his arms and said with a smile, Priest Shuang, think about it carefully. Xiaoru and I will go out first. Yin Xiaoru thought to herself, retreat to advance, play hard to get, and don't be attached to appearances. Hi. Shuang Xiaoi subconsciously asked, where are we going? Xia Guixuan said naturally, Xiaoru was sick yesterday, and I finally took a day off today. I decided to go shopping with her. Yin Xiaoru was overjoyed. How do you know I want to go shopping? Xia Guixuan pinched her nose. Even if you don't want to, it will become that you want to when I say this. The little fox always plays this trick on me. Hiss. The rank has been improved to this extent. Yin Xiaoru felt that this stinky straight man could no longer be fooled, and this would be called a match for each other in the future. Shuang Xiaoi stared blankly at the couple walking out hand in hand, and always felt in his heart, Father God, don't you have a lot of things to do? That young demon, didn't you say you would refine new things and come to the door? Don't you want to take care of the hidden dangers of Qianling fantasy realm? How can you be so idle that you accompany the little fox to go shopping? Is the Fox King seduced by male beauty, or is the Father God seduced by the vixen? Yin Xiaoru happily took Xia Guixuan's hand and walked out of the yard, humming a song, two foxes run fast. Xia Guixuan just smiled. Shuang Xiaoi couldn't bear it anymore and followed him out. I'm going to. The 2 foxes stopped and turned to look at her in sync. What are you doing here? It's not like being a light bulb. Shuang Xiaoi found an impeccable reason. To the former king, I am his right-hand man. Whether you are the incarnation of the former king or the princess, I will also be a competent guard. To the Father God, I am a priest. When you 2 go out, I will be your guard. In fact, this is quite true. Maybe Shuang Xiaoi does have a similar mentality. The response she got made her want to die. Yin Xiaoru asked curiously, Priest, is this position to serve the Father God? Oh, yes, including your Xiandao sect, which means serving the heavenly Dao, right? I've read many stories. And it seems that this kind of high-sounding on the surface is actually used for sleeping in bed. Shuang Xiaoi was so angry that his face turned red. Serving the heavenly Dao? Serving the gods? What does it have to do with sleeping in bed? Whose heavenly Dao can be embodied as a human? Up, the 2 women looked at Xia Guixuan, and Xia Guixuan looked into the sky and pretended not to see it. Shuang Xiaoi had no choice but to say, those who can deceive the priests to serve are often the bishops who are selfish and deliberate, but I am a bishop myself. Yin Xiaoru asked curiously, oh. So what does the bishop do? Shuang Xiaoi hummed for a long time, and it was hard to say. Of course, they deceived humans into being obsessed with immortality under the guise of representing the heavenly Dao, and on the side of the descendants of the gods, they gathered people's hearts under the banner of the Father God. Seeing Xia Guixuan's gaze towards the sky had turned into a half-smile, Shuang Xiaoi said weakly, of course, 4 guards. Yin Xiaoru smiled, took Shuang Xiaoi's arm with her other hand, and dragged the 2 of them to her fat car. Then protect us, Sister Shuang. Shuang Xiaoi did feel a little ashamed when Yin Xiaoru asked him these words. He should have worshipped the Father God, but in fact, he had always been used as a cover and banner by them. The Father God knew it very well and was not angry about it. He also avenged the Fox King. The Father God didn't owe anyone anything, but everyone owed him, and they kept talking about tearing the sky apart. He just smiled and seemed to appreciate it. I used to think that the Father God didn't care about everyone, and I felt a little aggrieved and dissatisfied. Just now, I was still wondering why he didn't sacrifice magic weapons and why he didn't do anything. Now that I think about it, it should be said that heaven created all things to feed people, and people have nothing to repay heaven. Why does he have to do things? So he is biased, and he deserves it. The foxman and woman's tacit combination of punches made the centaur girl sitting in the back seat of the fat car silent. Xia Guixuan sat on the passenger seat with a smile, leaning his head against the car window to watch the little fox driving. A blink of the little fox flashed in the rearview mirror, which was meaningful. Xia Guixuan felt that the little fox was really good, and she could always poke people's hearts with silly words. But I still wanted to laugh when I saw her. What should I do? In fact, these words are useless. After all, she is also a generation of divine overlords. At most, she is touched for a while. It is impossible to change her mind with a few words. But I always feel that with the cooperation of the little fox, this cohabitation for a long time may be subtly useful. The other party is also here to subtly convey the sense of responsibility of the fox clan to the little fox, so let's see who changes who first. Not long after, they arrived at a large shopping mall in the center of Sangyu City. Yin Xiaoru leisurely put the fat car into a capsule and walked in with Xia Guixuan. Shuang Zhaoi followed silently behind, just like a guard. Xia Guixuan ignored Shuang Zhaoi at this time. He was very touched every time he saw the fat car turned into a capsule. He once passed by the earth and just glanced at it, and saw the miserable situation of the city with congestion and nowhere to park. Everyone became road rage because of this, and he knew how great such technological inventions were. Originally, the main purpose of living on the human side was indeed to observe technology, but due to all kinds of things, this technological observation was only superficial, and it still only stayed at the level of playing virtual games. It must be said that it was a bit regrettable. Entering the shopping mall, there were not many people. Daxia was originally vast and sparsely populated, and the capital was not congested, let alone Sangyu. There were all kinds of things. The interior of the shopping mall was a circular building, with layers of circles, and various shops were standing around the circle. In the middle of the circle was a huge light screen. The light screen was a three-dimensional image. No matter which direction you looked at it from, it was a real picture. From this side, it was the actor's face, and from the back, it was the actor's back, not a screen. A completely real scene, just like seeing an illusion in a fantasy, a full-scale display. The image at this moment is Ling Moxu singing in an unknown concert, hanging in the air, just like a fairy from the sky singing, beautiful and charming. Ling Moxu's presence is really strong. She can be seen in many places, just like the little fox's drinks can be seen in many places. Hey, come back, Yin Xiaoru snorted somewhat dissatisfiedly. I came out shopping with me, and all you know is to look at Ling Moxu. That's an image. Do you want to go up and lick it? Xia Guixuan expressionless. I've licked the real one. Why bother looking at the fake one? Are you very proud? The little fox bared his teeth. I mean, I didn't come here to see Ling Moxu. I came here to see the technology. Oh, this, I said that you always look at these daily technologies, which is not very meaningful. When Sister Yan's injury is healed, let her take you to the army to have a look. After all, the game cannot show secret level things. She can take you to see it. You are jealous of Ling Moxu and not Wu Yu. Yin Xiaoru pulled him around the elevator. Because someone else is competing with you for Sister Yan, I don't need to worry about it. Xia Guixuan, Captisk, that stinky face, and you said that you don't like women. Women will only affect your cultivation. I don't say that anymore. Don't whip my corpse. Come and help me pick a lipstick. The cherry flavor is almost used up. Hey, do you like strawberry flavor? Shuang Zhaoi felt that he was completely a superfluous horse. There were no sales clerks in the store, but robots. Daxia's robots have replaced human labor in most types of work, and they even have very smart identification capabilities. Miss, if you want a lipstick that tastes good when kissed by your boyfriend, we recommend purchasing this one, which is specially formulated with a V-type III flower scent and has an aphrodisiac effect. Why do we need an aphrodisiac effect? We don't want to be in heat all the time. Which company made this nonsensical lipstick? This is made from the raw materials of a drug produced by the famous local enterprise Yinjia White Fox Company. Dear, Daily Transition Chapter, take a break. There's no more tonight, I'll add more tomorrow. Chapter 154 Chess Game. Shuang Zhaoi originally thought that Yin Xiaoru would be embarrassed. As a result, the little fox remained calm and smiled. This is really a great technological innovation. It can effectively increase the romance between boyfriends and girlfriends. Especially those who pretend to be happy with a kiss, but they can't do it for real. Xia Guixuan, Yin Xiaoru patted the robot salesperson on the shoulder. This White Fox company is worthy of being one of the leading local companies. President Yin Xiaoru is indeed both intelligent and beautiful. My idol. Come, give me a box of each color of this blend, okay? 36,000 big Xia coins. Are you running a black shop? Is this lipstick or horse cream? Shang's Haoi, the robot said honestly, because we have 36 colors. Yin Xiaoru also honestly stopped being arrogant, picked 3 colors she liked, and paid by face recognition. Ding. 3,000 yuan. Dear Miss Yin Xiaoru, please take care. Yin Xiaoru turned around and left with her bag in a chic manner. When she heard the words, she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Xia Guixuan grabbed him and almost laughed out loud. Shang's Haoi, who had been worried all the time, couldn't help laughing. Yin Xiaoru said angrily, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing," Xia Guixuan said with a straight face. "I have undergone strict training and my heart has long been as calm as water. No matter how funny it is, I will not laugh easily." PFFT, Yin Xiaoru dragged his arm out of the door angrily. "Let's go, I want to buy clothes." Xia Guixuan once bought clothes with Yin Xiaoru. When he went to the Zhou family banquet, he bought a suit on the way and still wears it occasionally. "I thought buying clothes was just like that, it was okay, just buy it and go, it only takes a few minutes." But I found that it was definitely not that simple when buying for herself. "Darling, does this skirt look good?" "Yeah, it's good. How about this one?" "Not bad either. You're so perfunctory, everything you say is good." "Well, the color of this one doesn't match well." I knew it. "Then I'll go change a few more." Xia Guixuan, we've been picking in this store for half an hour. You don't want to have lunch, right? As a practitioner, it's okay to skip a meal. Taking and a Wuxiang behind him clasped their hands and looked at each other, and they felt a sense of mutual appreciation for each other for the first time. "Priest Shang, are you going to buy any?" "I have a vestment. I don't need clothes that turn to dust when humans blow on it." As expected, women who cultivate their mortals have more in common. "By the way, I took a look at the skills you gave to the Xiandao sect. Darling, does this one look good?" Xia Guixuan closed his mouth and said after a long time, "Buy them all. If you think they are too expensive, I will ask Gongsun Jiayu to give me money. He didn't give me any benefits from the cooperation. At most, I can sell the magic weapon to you for money." Shang's Haoi turned his head away. He really didn't want to say that his Xiandao sect had been in business for 100 years, and the money was enough to buy several Sangayu trees. Ling Moxu didn't inherit this account. Anyway, he wouldn't give it to them. It would be annoying to see it. Yin Xiaoru was ecstatic. "Please pack this, this. No, this row, all of them." Xia Guixuan, "For now, you need to pay first." "It doesn't matter. Why do you think I work overtime? It's just to make money. I'll pay for it. I haven't seen you change a few sets of clothes. Why do you buy so many?" "Because I'm happy. My boyfriend accompanies me shopping." The boyfriend followed Yin Xiaoru with his hands in his pockets. Shang's Haoi almost piled himself to death with the large and small bags, and gnashed his teeth and said, "Why do I have to carry things?" Yin Xiaoru said sincerely, "You said you are a guard. This seems to be the job of a guard. This is also the job of a horse." Xia Guixuan reminded, "Did you forget that you have a storage ring?" Wuxiang High Priest, Shang's Haoi put the things into the ring speechlessly, feeling that his brain was also infected. "Why do I, the dignified Wuxiang, the top leader of the descendants of gods, the master who can call the wind and rain and rule 3/4 of the country on Kanglong Star, have to do such a thing? Who told me to come here with a purpose? I could only bear it. Hey? Where is the activity going? Let's go and take a look." Yin Xiaoru found a group of people crowded in the hall in front of her and rushed over excitedly. Xia Guixuan and Shang's Haoi followed slowly. Before they reached there, Yin Xiaoru squeezed out again, "It's boring. Are you still playing Go these days?" Xia Guixuan's eyes lit up. "There's still Go." "Yes, it's a mall promotion. They say the winner will get a new hovercraft." Yin Xiaoru pouted, "My fat car is indeed old. It was broken by a Batman and I repaired it once. Now it often has problems and it's not that easy to use anymore." "Then play it," Xia Guixuan pouted, "it's just playing chess. Look how many people are trying. Humans couldn't beat dogs hundreds of years ago, and they can't beat them even more now." The speed of development of the genetically evolved brain cannot keep up with the speed of computer development. Even simple computers can beat humans. So fewer and fewer people learn this later. At most, it's a hobby. Although this computer must be of a simple level, maybe there are experts who can beat it. Anyway, I only know how to play Go Bang. I'll try. Xia Guixuan squeezed in and found several chess tables, divided into several groups of human computer games, and there were quite a lot of onlookers. The people of Daxia are quite idle. They were still fighting yesterday, and today there are shopping malls and so many people are watching chess. Many things have little to do with ordinary people, unless there is a real civil war. Fortunately there is none. Xia Guixuan nodded, picked an empty table and sat down, only to find that the computer screen showed that the difficulty was divided into 3 levels, each level corresponding to a different grade of air cushion car, and there was also an X level, which gave away a limited edition of the same model of Ling Moxu, only 9 of which were available in the world. Shuangzhao, I couldn't help but complain, why is it Ling Moxu again? She has a strong sense of presence, she is still my apprentice, so bad. This car seems to be the property of the Ling family, Yin Xiaoru said with a bit of sourness, and now she is a princess, not just a star. Shuangzhao, I said in a cold tone, who is not a princess? You have to be willing to do it. Yin Xiaoru snorted and ignored her. With just this interruption, Xia Guixuan chose X level, highest difficulty. Yin Xiaoru, this time there were staff members nearby, who immediately livened up the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, a gentleman has challenged the X level. The crowd was a little shocked, and more people were sneering. Don't fool me, everyone knows that X is just for display, and it's impossible for anyone to beat it. How can you get the same car as the president and the princess by playing chess? That's right, there are also fools who dare to try. Oh, it's not like you'll lose any meat if you try, you'll just lose face, and no one knows him. No, this person looks familiar. Is he the traffic star who was hugging and kissing Ling Moxu, Xiao or something? Yin Xiaoru's face darkened, changed the attributive. What does a traffic star who was hugging and kissing Ling Moxu mean? Oh, what about the esport star who was hugging a girl with glasses in the arena? Yin Xiaoru, are all traffic stars these days so ignorant? Or is it because of his internal relationship with Ling Moxu? Is he acting as a shill? It's not that easy to be a shill. Everyone knows chess. They can tell at a glance. Just look at how embarrassed he is. Yin Xiaoru stroked her forehead. Look at you, what kind of star is it? What kind of X-level challenge? This shame is even more tragic than a robot shouting Miss Yin Xiaoru. Hey, this shot is really good. Suddenly there was a cry from the crowd. Yin Xiaoru turned her head and saw the black and white entanglement on the screen. The layout stage was almost completed and was about to enter the middle game. The human brain plays fast chess with a dedicated computer of this era, and it doesn't seem to lose. There are some tricks, an old man said seriously. There are no professional competitions now. If there were, this guy would definitely be a national player, but how can the computing power of the human brain be better than that of Beta Dog? What level of genetic evolution has he reached? I heard it's the level 3, how is that possible? The brain development is impossible. He is bound to lose, I think. The old man hesitated. Not necessarily. Other chess players around stopped playing and gathered around to watch the game. Everyone looked a little serious. How should I put it? People have been worse than dogs for many years. Many fans sighed, but there is nothing they can do. If someone can really beat a computer, it will be very exciting for everyone. But in fact, this is almost impossible. Unless technology develops to a large extent to develop the human brain, but this research has made little progress, no one will turn to think that the immortal path is the end. This is not just a matter of interest. To go deeper, it does involve the bottleneck problem of human beings. Many generations of scientists have devoted themselves to this. It is also very important for military command. Guangxin Jiu just mentioned this to the generals. Far away in Xiajing, Ling Moxu was preparing for tomorrow's concert. An assistant knocked on the door and whispered, "Master, our chess and car winning activity has found a very strong spiritual talent." Ling Moxu smiled and said, "Very good, can you find out the details?" This activity is actually one of the ways for Xiandao to find people with immortal talent. This is the representative of the soul talent and spiritual root, no doubt. The assistant smiled and said, "So far away yet so close at hand, it's Xia Guixuan, the leader's favorite male protagonist. Why don't we recruit him into the sect?" Ling Moxu's smile froze on her face. and she muttered unhappily, "Are you qualified to recruit him?" "Oh, right," she thought for a moment, and smiled. "I have to invite him to my concert tomorrow." The assistant, who was actually a deacon of the Xiandao sect, rolled his eyes at the leader's blushing face, thinking that it was not a new discovery, but the leader's wife. On the other side, a general strode into Gongsun Jiayu's office. "Marshal, a spiritually gifted person has been discovered. His brain development is extremely amazing, and his computing power is comparable to that of a beta dog. Although he will definitely not win, he has great potential." Gongsun Jiayu's eyes lit up. "Contact him and train him to join the general staff." "No, I checked. He's already a soldier, Captain Xia Guixuan of the Special Operations Division. My suggestion is that the Special Operations Division is wasting his talent, and he should be allowed to join the general staff." Gongsun Jiayu blinked for a long time, revealing a very nice smile. "What you said makes sense. He should be my personal advisor." "No, Marshal, I mean the general staff, not the personal. It's none of your business. I have my own considerations." "Yes." The general looked down at the communication with an extremely surprised look. "Marshal, he won. It took 20 minutes, and he won in the middle game." Chapter 155. The Ling family's computer is obviously not dedicated to chess calculations. In fact, there is no such thing in this world because it is meaningless. Even if it is just an ordinary computer with chess software installed, it can already beat all human opponents with current technology. Human genetic evolution, brain power and computing power still can't keep up. This is not a problem of chess level, and the significance of defeating the computer is not in chess itself. Therefore, Ling Moxu's Xuxin sect in Gongsun Jiayu's technological war staff will use this as a talent selection standard. What they recognize is the talent in the brain area. It is not to say that this is the exact standard. There will naturally be other assessments after the selection. Of course, the public does not have such a deep understanding of their considerations. What they can understand is, my God, hundreds of years of people are worse than dogs, and they were broken without any preparation in an ordinary shopping mall event. Those who play chess here are at least amateurs and experts. They can see that this kind of thing cannot be done by proxies. The level is there. Even if there is an element of proxies and secret cooperation, the level is already super awesome. In an era when there are still professional competitions, I am afraid they would be invincible. The crowd was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly surrounded him. "Idol. Give him an autograph. I told you you can be famous. What kind of traffic star is this? He's awesome in the arena and can also play chess. He's a complete all-rounder. Boss, are you in need of accessories? That's my brother Taikang." Brother Taikang is always the god. Yin Xiaoru found herself being squeezed out. She huddled in the corner pitifully and couldn't even see the corner of Xia Guixuan's clothes. Shuang Xiaoi crossed his arms to protect her and sighed. "It's better to ask your Cindy to stay out of public view. With his level, no matter what he does, it's enough to shock the world. If he wants to do things as he pleases, he might as well go to the descendants of gods. Everyone will only worship Taikang's power and kowtow to him devoutly, instead of being so messy." Yin Xiaoru put her hands on her hips. "I'm afraid Cindy is willing to be so messy and doesn't want people to kowtow to him devoutly." "Really?" Shuang Xiaoi smiled. "I agree that you know him better than anyone else, but this matter may not be the case. Does he really not enjoy kneeling in respect? At most he is tired of it." Yin Xiaoru was stunned and couldn't refute for a moment. At least she guessed that Xia Guixuan wanted to ride a horse. It's hard to say whether he enjoys other people's bowing to him. It's more like a habit. In fact, he is a pretty bad person. Oh, why does he feel more handsome? Soon, Xia Guixuan appeared, with a look of embarrassment on his face, and he pulled the two people and ran. "Retreat." Yin Xiaoru turned around and shouted, "That staff member, I'll find you to claim the prize later. I'm still thinking about claiming the prize. I can't stay here anymore. I'm still thinking about using invisibility or flashing away directly. You're still thinking about a car. It's our car. Why don't you want it? My boyfriend won it for me. I can't let Ling Moxu get it for free. At worst, I can come to claim it another day." "Well, actually there's no need to do it another day." Yin Xiaoru turned her head and took a look, and smiled. "I'm familiar with this place. Follow me." Yin Xiaoru, who was being pulled, led the team to the front, and pulled Xia Guixuan and Shuang Xiaoi in reverse, and turned into the fire escape with a whoosh, and disappeared after many turns. Shuang Xiaoi kept looking at the two hands holding the foxman and woman with a bad temper. always thinking that they were too natural. Father God, don't you realize that you are holding my hand? Father God really didn't realize it, and was asking Yin Xiaoru, how come you are so familiar with the fire escape, and have you come here to steal things, because this is a sex toy counter. Daksha people are more reserved on the surface, and these things are set up in corners, although no one knows what they are like behind the scenes, Yin Xiaoru said casually, and soon went to the underground floor. In fact, people didn't continue to chase, and the chess players were not fanatical star chasers. The atmosphere really quieted down, and the underground floor was cold and deserted, as if it was separated from the hustle and bustle above. There was a soft pink light next to it, and there was a bit of ambiguity in the silence. In front of the store was a female robot, dressed in a very sexy and seductive way, blinking her big eyes, and speaking in a misty voice, "Oh, handsome sir, a real hero who openly holds the hands of two lovers. I think." Shang Xiaoi pulled his hand away as if he had been electrocuted. Yin Xiaoru pinched the robot's neck. "Artificial idiot, don't talk. Madam, do you like the suffocation gameplay? This has no effect on robots. We don't develop this kind of XP." Xia Guixuan looked amused. "So, little fox, have you been here? I've seen it at the door," Yin Xiaoru said with a sour face. "I never thought it would be so stupid. Many people say that we are stupid, but in fact they are itching in their hearts." The robot threw a coquettish eye. "Come in and take a look, handsome sir and beautiful madam." Xia Guixuan walked in indifferently. Yin Xiaoru followed beside him and looked at him sideways. "Hey, why are you so natural? Are you attracted to that robot? I heard that those real dolls are very enjoyable. Do you want me to buy you one? It suits you well. Anyway, you don't want a woman, you want a robot." Xia Guixuan laughed. "Since you know it's just a machine, why bother? If it was a real person standing here, I might be a little embarrassed." Shang Xiaoi couldn't help but say, "You will be embarrassed too. Isn't it up to these ordinary people to see it? It's embarrassing for me, okay? God knows why I accompany you to such a weird place." Xia Guixuan smiled and said, "After all, I haven't been here before." "Then why did you come in?" "Because I haven't been here before." Shang Xiaoi was stunned for a moment, but he felt that there was some mystery in these words, so he followed in. "Apart from anything else, following the Father God, I always feel that I may gain something at any time. As for how much I can understand, it depends on the individual." She regretted it the next second. Facing her was a robot doll lying on the ground with all four limbs, a collar around its neck, a ball gag in its mouth, and a blurred look in its eyes. Xia Guixuan and Yin Xiaoru's eyes all turned to her subconsciously. Shang Xiaoi took a step back, expressionless. "Why are you looking at me?" "No, nothing," the foxman and woman said in unison. Everyone knows what they are thinking. Isn't this just a horse collar and a horse bit? Of course, she comes to mind at first glance. Yin Xiaoru's eyes almost said, "Sister Shang, don't you have a sense of substitution?" "But this is not a horse." Shang Xiaoi was furious. "I don't have a sense of substitution. Coming here with you two idiots is the biggest mistake in my life." As a result, the shopping guide robot next to him said, "Madam, it seems that you like this very much." Shang Xiaoi was so angry that he was fuming. "I don't like it. It doesn't matter. There is no one else here. I am just a robot, and today's experience does not leave any data." "Madam, you can be honest with your heart. Get lost," Xia Guixuan said. "How much is this? I want to buy a set." Shang Xiaoi. Xia Guixuan looked at her with a smile. "It's not for you. You wish." Shang Xiaoi stroked his forehead and said nothing, waiting for Yin Xiaoru to get angry. As a result, Yin Xiaoru didn't get angry at all, but just hugged Xia Guixuan's arm and looked around, as if she didn't hear what Xia Guixuan said at all. After scanning for a while, she felt quite bored. "I feel that nothing else is interesting, and too strong taste is not good," the shopping guide robot said. "This is not all of this kind of supplies. There are also very good erotic clothing and accessories. Do you want to take a look, miss?" Yin Xiaoru blinked her eyes and soon became interested. "Okay, where's it?" "This way. Miss, you can go in and choose." Xia Guixuan sent a voice message. "Go ahead, it's okay. There is no proof here, and the robot does not have a camera recording function. I have scanned it. It's great to have a boyfriend who cultivates immortals." Yin Xiaoru entered another room with great interest. Xia Guixuan stood outside with his hands behind his back and was interested in visiting new things. Shang Xiaoi covered his forehead and frowned, and once again felt that he was an unnecessary horse. Cindy, Yin Xiaoru suddenly poked his head out. Come here. Xia Guixuan was still visiting the two-headed dragon and said casually, what for? I'm trying on clothes. Of course you want you to see it. What's the use of looking good myself? What are you afraid of? It's not going to eat you. Xia Guixuan thought about it and it was nothing. What else can this stinky fox do? So he walked in leisurely. As soon as he entered, Yin Xiaoru closed the door, put her arm around his neck and said, does it look good? Xia Guixuan looked down, only saw a vast expanse, just like some snowflakes growing randomly on the snow, and he had no idea what was covering it. This sex toy is much more awesome than the ordinary sex toy that the stinky fox had changed at home before. It really doesn't cover the places that should be covered, and half covers the unnecessary places, but it is even more, Yin Xiaoru tiptoed and kissed it, muttering, don't change my famous saying casually. Xia Guixuan said unhappily, just look at it after you said it. Why are you doing this again? This is outside anyway. You want a limited edition fat car for me, I will give you a new fat thorn. Besides, seeing you so awesome, others are excited. Can't I be excited too? Do you know how many years it has been since humans have been unable to beat computers in those aspects? You are awesome, Cindy. Actually, I am no longer considered a human. Do you know what high-dimensional life is? I don't know. Give me a kiss and you will know what high-dimensional life tastes like. The newly bought lipstick is sweet and pleasant, and the black technology of the White Fox Company is aphrodisiac and charming. The atmosphere of the sex toy store is ambiguous. The foxman and woman were eating passionately in the fitting room, and outside Shang Xiaoi was squeezing his legs tightly, almost falling on the display robot. Madam, do you really want this? No need to be so anxious, I don't like it. Shang Xiaoi lost all the elegance of a leader and a priest, and limped out for his life. He didn't know what sin he had committed to go shopping with these two guys. I'm not sure if there will be any extras tonight, so just pretend there is none. Don't wait. Sacrifice new book, Invasion of the Human World by A Clockwork Orange Summer, set at the end of the last century, a youth love story with supernatural thriller elements. The emotional description is quite delicate, and the first volume currently has 2 female protagonists, and it is said to be harem-oriented. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Knowing everything. Facts have proved that even if you don't go shopping, you are still committing a sin. No one knows how long the two guys have been chewing in there, and how many spherical shapes they have changed. Shang Xiaoi has already returned to Yin Xiaoru's villa in anger, and then he realized that it doesn't matter how far they are apart. As long as the souls can still resonate, he will have to continue the tragedy. Your Majesty, I think you'd better come out quickly. I can't stand it. Shang Xiaoi rolled on the bed. Can I stand it? The Fox King also gnashed his teeth. The feeling I experienced is more intense than yours. This hasn't really happened yet. What if it really happens? The fox will die, only when the stimulation is the strongest. She can talk soberly, which is even more tragic. No, Your Majesty, why does your tone sound a bit like Yin Xiaoru's? This father god is partial. Isn't it just that Yin Xiaoru will let him nibble on her? What a pervert. What about the father god? The Fox King said contemptuously. In fact, this trip is not without gain. I think I can obviously compete with Yin Xiaoru for who the father god favors. Shang Xiaoi stopped rolling and was silent for a moment. Use my body. Forget it, Your Majesty. No matter how loyal I am, I will rebel. Shang Xiaoi said woodenly. And Your Majesty, have you really been transformed by Yin Xiaoru? This is definitely a rotten idea that can't be rottener, and there is no point in giving it away. I'm not asking you to give it away for free, the Fox King said. Have you noticed that the Father God really wants to ride you? Can you not put it so bluntly? In fact, this is the most accurate word. After all, he really wants to ride a horse, not a woman. Shang Xiaoi, I believe that the weaknesses of human hearts are the same, even if he is the Father God. Once he has desires and requests, wants to get you, don't glare at me, wants to get this horse, he will start to find ways to chase you. Not only can you not give it to him for free, but you have to be aloof, refuse, and be distant, so that he can toss and turn. Your Majesty, No need to praise me for being smart, I know, I just want to say that I think Your Majesty is very excited when he says this. No, as a loyal minister, I still have to remind your majesty, he is the Father God, his strength crushes everything. Once he gets angry, being distant will be a matter of one slap in the face. This is courting disaster, the Fox King pointed out. Isn't it a matter of one slap in the face for you to live here, Xiaoru? The Fox King said. In fact, not only am I not asking you to hook up with him, but I am asking you to keep a good distance. Don't fall for this pair of fox men and women who cooperate to say something very reasonable. No one understands foxes better than me. They are trying to trick you, I know. Xiaoru twitched and lay on the bed without saying a word. The Fox King was also silent, wondering if he had already died. What's the use of knowing? Xiaoru said angrily. I've been cheated. It was noon, the sun was shining brightly, and the mall was almost empty. A man and a woman poked their heads out of the fire escape one after another, and then quietly returned to the vehicle showroom on the first floor to exchange for the car. When they arrived at the place, they found that even the license plate and tax were ready, and they could just land and leave. Yin Xiaoru asked curiously, did I give you an ID card? How did you get the license plate? Our lady did it. It doesn't matter whose ID it is. She will give it to you. The staff looked at Xia Guixuan and Yin Xiaoru with a strange look, holding back a lot of complaints but not daring to say more. Damn it, the lady is openly stealing a man? Won't this woman be mad to death? Yin Xiaoru was furious. My car, my license plate, my license, not Ling Moxu. What's the big deal about me driving Ling Moxu's car to and from get off work? Do you want to disgust me to death? The lady said that you usually drive her car. Yin Xiaoru, Xia Guixuan, is this referring to the original car brand, which is produced by her Ling family, or is it referring to a certain man? Is this little slave girl getting cocky again? The staff member smiled apologetically. Why don't you two go and talk to our young lady and ask her to transfer the property? It's no use embarrassing me, forget it, Xia Guixuan also advised. She is too annoying. Wait for me to talk to her, the staff member said. The young lady said that she will perform at the military parade tomorrow. I don't know if Captain Xia will attend. If so, I hope to sing on the same stage and make it a special stage of Daksha love affairs. Xia Guixuan's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he smiled kindly. I know, tell her that I will participate. After all, it is a grand event in our army. As a captain of the Special Warfare Division, I can't be absent. As for whether to sing or not, let's talk about it later. Although she said it was annoying, Yin Xiaoru still put away her old fat car and drove the new one when she went back. After all, it is limited to 9 units worldwide. No one knows whether it is 9 units, but it is very high-end. How can urban men and women refuse it? The new car was originally a cool sports car, but it can be changed into a variety of appearance options. Yin Xiaoru turned it into a fat car without saying a word and sat in it very comfortably. Xia Guixuan originally felt like the little fox no longer drives a fat bike and his youth is gone, but when he saw that it was still a small fat bike, he was happy. The technology nowadays is really good, that's right. Yin Xiaoru was very satisfied. It is the wisest choice for their company to keep the fat bike shape. By the way, although the Centaur is interesting, it is not cute enough. You should ride a fat one. On the hill of the ecological park, Fat Tiger sneezed. Xia Guixuan didn't respond. The two of them drove leisurely for half the journey before he sighed. Is my intention so obvious? Yes, then can't she see it herself? Maybe. Xia Guixuan thought for a while and whispered, in fact, there's no need to wait for the Fox King's own opinion. Now start the plan to split your soul. I will go to the military ceremony tomorrow and meet Gongsun Jiu. Ask him and Ling Moxu, the two real rulers of mankind, to help us find a batch of medicinal materials. Yin Xiaoru seemed to have a smile in her eyes. I don't think there's a need to rush, huh? We are, and they are too. How interesting. Are you a fool? If this goes on, something will happen to you sooner or later, because your own practice is too weak. Now it's me who is protecting your soul. If I neglect it, you'll be gone. Well, that's hard work for you. You have to find something again. The things I can find on Kanglong Star are nothing. It's a pity that there are not many resources on Kanglong Star. The real sedimentation time of this planet is too short, so some of the refining materials I'm looking for are nowhere to be found. Xia Guixuan groaned and said, I wonder if there is any news about that little dragon. Just thinking about this, the watch rang with a communication sound. He clicked it and saw that it was Xiang Yuxin. Master, There's news about Xia Guixuan star steel. There is very little production on the Red Moon Mine star, and it is now in the hands of the Zealots. I will try to see if I can buy it, Xia Guixuan praised. Sure enough, you are efficient and hard-working. If you are in the enemy area, don't force yourself. I will find time to go there by myself. Xia Guixuan patted her chest anxiously. As for the Zealots' brains, I fooled them so much that they can't find the north. Don't worry, Master. In addition, there will be a star domain auction on our little mushroom star next month. I don't know if there will be other things that Master needs. If you are free, you can come and take a look at this. There may be some good things. Okay, I'll see then. Xia Guixuan hung up the phone, turned around and saw Yin Xiaoru driving with a silent and frowning look on her face, so she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Yin Xiaoru hesitated and whispered, "I always feel like this is a signal that you're leaving." Xia Guixuan laughed, "You're overthinking. There's a lot of things left to do here. Yeah, at most you're going to the next dungeon." Yin Xiaoru sighed, "I just don't know how long I'll be gone. I haven't decided whether to go or not." "Why are you thinking so much?" Xia Guixuan leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. "Actually, if I really want to leave for a walk, I want to go to the god's descendants first. I haven't been there properly, so it's a bit uneasy." Yin Xiaoru smiled slightly. "Then, I'll go." Xia Guixuan turned to look at her. "I should go and have a look. I know that Sister Shang moved here for this. But I don't think it would be good if I don't take a look." The villa was far ahead. Yin Xiaoru looked at the villa, as if she saw the centaur rolling around inside. She smiled slightly. Whether it is a human or a fox, there are always emotions. After all, whether it is the queen of Xia of humans or the father god of the descendants of gods, they are all like this. "Fuck, you know everything, don't you not believe it?" "I didn't believe it before, and I still don't believe it now. Do you really think I'm an idiot? The queen of Xia is real, the Immortal Emperor is real, but I still have to call you Cindy." Yin Xiaoru parked the car and walked into the door proudly with her ball in her mouth. "I am the only fox in the world, I know everything." Chapter 157, Heart and Soul. Whether she knows everything is debatable, but she does know the most. Because they thought she was the most naive, she revealed the most. For example, Xiao Jiwen Ling Moxa probably suspected his identity as Si Taikang, but he himself didn't say so, so of course they couldn't really think so. After all, it was too bizarre. Who would really think so? Only to the little fox did she really introduce herself like this. In fact, she is not naive, but her focus is strange. When she needs attention, she knows it. Xia Guixuan watched her enter the villa, shook his head and smiled. Maybe the only person on this planet who doesn't care about the identity of the father god is the little fox. In the minds of others, the relationship with him is more or less affected by his powerful strength and identity. Only this guy is not affected. Maybe this is the most special thing about her. It is also the origin of her being on this planet, which changed the beginning of her path. After watching the little fox return to the villa and blowing a kiss before entering the door, Xia Guixuan did not go in again, but smiled and returned to his bamboo house in the ecological park. In fact, he no longer felt that living in the little fox's house was awkward, and there was no need to move out. However, now that Shang Zhaoi was living there, it seemed a bit too deliberate to continue living there. Never mind. So Shang Zhaoi was indeed a big light bulb. The two foxes did not mate because they did not want to be watched remotely. Whether she lived in or not was a small matter. No wonder Yin Xiaoru always had a little resentment and deliberately provoked Shang Zhaoi. Today in the sex shop, it was obviously intentional. After returning home, it was still intentional. Shang Zhaoi sat cross-legged in the guest room to practice meditation and stabilize his messy mind. Outside, Yin Xiaoru's singing came. Buy a horse in the East Market, buy a saddle in the West Market, buy a bridle in the South Market, buy a long whip in the North Market. Shang Zhaoi's forehead bulged twice, and he immediately remembered the two things Xia Guixuan bought. "Is that a bridle? Do you want to buy a whip?" There were only these 4 sentences being sung over and over again outside. Shang Zhaoi couldn't stand it anymore. "I suggest fast forward to Hongguang Zhao Tai Yi and experience the name of your boyfriend's love interest in the game." Yin Xiaoru blinked and poked her head in from the door in surprise. "So you can actually fight, and you know that the object in the game is called love interest?" Shang Zhaoi said with a straight face. "I'm a woman too. Is there any woman who doesn't fight? I heard that you were a leader before, with a deep mind and unfathomable. It's a pity that the father god lives next to us. Actually, Yin Xiaoru jumped onto the bed and wanted to say something intimate, but suddenly her nose twitched. What's that smell? Shang Xiaoi had a blank expression on his face and quietly used an air freshener technique. Yin Xiaoru seemed to have understood and leaned back. Your fighting ability is not good enough, Sister Shang. Shang Xiaoi was not ashamed. As long as Xia Guixuan was not present, she was much calmer. You will know when you have double the feeling. Oh, it's double. Yin Xiaoru was very excited and looked like she wanted to try it again. Okay, princess, Shang Xiaoi said indifferently. You sat up here so affectionately. Just to say this, Yin Xiaoru thought for a moment. Actually, you are very much like Cindy when she just moved into my house. Shang Xiaoi was stunned. What do you mean? Looks like I want to practice, and strangers stay away. But he wanted to observe from aloofness at that time, and you are here to cultivate feelings, Sister Shang. Shang Xiaoi calmed down, thought for a long time and suddenly laughed. It's not surprising that we cultivate to look like the Father God. It's not surprising that we imitate others in a way that is not quite right. That's true, but he is not like that now. Do you still want to do this, Sister Shang? Because I am very conflicted. I am afraid that once I show any affection to you, the Father God will be more vigilant, and even you will be. Shang Xiaoi closed his eyes. It doesn't matter, we all have time. Yin Xiaoru tilted her head to look at her, and sighed after a long time. Does it have to be like this? You are obviously so uncomfortable, but you force yourself. The princess can ignore her clan, but I can't. More than 10,000 years ago, I joined your mother's tribe, followed her to fight, watched a strong clan be established, created the hope of the clan with my own hands, and finally unified the descendants of God under the pressure of foreign enemies. I am loyal to your mother, and at the same time, I am loyal to what I have devoted my life to, and it carries the expectations of thousands of people in my clan. I can't let it collapse. Yin Xiaoru was silent. Shang Xiaoi said slowly, Father God doesn't want to care too much? I used to have resentment, but now I understand that Father God doesn't owe us, but we have not served Father God. We really shouldn't force Father God to do anything. This is our own business. If the dust settles in the future, Father God really wants to ride me, I will let him serve, which is also a repayment. Yin Xiaoru rarely did not diverge her thoughts in this sentence. She knew that Shang Xiaoi's meaning did not involve men and women. He just asked, what do you mean by settled? Fight with humans to unify the planet? But with Cindy here, the two sides will definitely not fight, and you will not be threatened by humans. This is already settled. Why don't you go fight Zelter? Those things. Although I still have some ideas, we can talk about them later. The key is that you are still saying you. Shang Xiaoi sighed. Humans and descendants of gods have been fighting for so many years. Although there are many factors, the most essential one is the conflict between the two civilizations. However, my king has been in conflict for this all her life. In the end, her descendants recognized human civilization, drove fat cars and put on lipstick, and called us you. Yin Xiaoru scratched her head. If you put your imagination into the shoes of the Fox King or Shang Xiaoi, you might really want to cry. In the face of this matter, all other ideas can be put aside first. Shang Xiaoi said, I don't know what Father God thinks about this. It is obvious that we inherited his civilization, but he is playing impartiality here. We recognize him as the way of heaven, and humans don't recognize it. Isn't it too funny to play justice here? I dare not question Father God, so I just tell you. Let me make it clear, otherwise you may always think that we are inexplicably power-hungry, and we are still thinking about sectarianism and unifying mankind at this time. Shang Xiaoi smiled bitterly. In fact, even from this perspective, we are now the weaker party. As you said, we are actually under the threat of humans. Even if they give Father God face and don't attack us, can we always rely on this kind of face care and live in humiliation without any self-improvement? Yin Xiaoru nodded silently, and she could understand it by thinking from the other's perspective. There is no right or wrong, it's all about stance. We need a king who can gather people's hearts, even the fake Father God before. Father God said that I can do it on my own, but I am really not good enough. I don't practice enough, and my blood talent is not enough. Even if I can practice to the peak of Wuxiang one day, I don't know when it will happen, and it won't solve the urgent problem. So either the former king will be revived immediately, or the princess will take the lead. Father God is wrong, otherwise we will choose the former, so we have to consider the latter. Yin Xiaoru said, what's the use of me? I'm just a little fox with a piano heart. Can I be more useful than Sister Shuang? Maybe some people think it's useless, but this is a reassurance, a banner, and a sense of expectation of moving forward with a goal, instead of being confused, scattered, and plotting for themselves. The princess should know the history of mankind. Even if you want to establish a little emperor who wets the bed in his cradle, you have to have it. Yin Xiaoru looked at her steadily for a while, sighed. Sister Shuang is a persistent and determined person, maybe. Actually, in the practice of immortality, persistence and determination have different meanings. Persistence may not be a good thing, but determination is. Shuang Xiaoyi smiled and said, Father God asked me to find the boundary with him. This can be considered as a link, but how can I be qualified to find it with him? Yes, Xia Guixuan's voice suddenly came from the void. Shuang priest, are you good at talking? Come and play chess with me. Shuang Xiaoyi and Yin Xiaoru looked at each other in astonishment. Is this addictive? P.S. Thanks to Xianming's old brother for joining the alliance, and the leader broke through level 60. Speaking of which, it seems that there is no reminder for joining the alliance now. Did anyone miss it before and remind me? Haha. In addition, don't participate in the gold digging event on the app. The way Diane Niang eats is too ugly. Chapter 158 Heaven's Chessboard and Stars Pieces. Arriving at the mountain of the ecological park, it was already dusk. The setting sun passed over the western ridge, and the valleys were suddenly dark. The pine and moon made the night cool, and the wind and springs were full of clear sounds. Everyone who came here, whether it was Ling Mozu Yan Wu Yu or Shuang Xiaoyi, could feel the feeling of being torn apart from the world the fastest. It was clear that the staff at the foot of the mountain were still using modern instruments to sprinkle water to maintain the garden, and it was full of modern worldly fireworks. In the blink of an eye, there was a breeze from the world, and the pine and bamboo echoed, and the spiritual energy was faint, and even a trace of the earthly breath could not be found. Perhaps the only one who felt that there was no difference was Yin Xiaoru. When she went up the mountain, she was either thinking about rolling up her sleeves to beat Fat Tiger or how to hook up with Cindy. Shuang Xiaoyi did not fly, but walked up the mountain slowly. This kind of small hill in the suburban park is not high, but as you walk along, you can feel the voices of people gradually fading away, the cicadas hibernating and the insects chirping. The clouds are deep and the fog is lingering, like a famous mountain of the gods. The heart can be quiet, and the mind is deep. The real mountain is not high, but it is magical if there are immortals. Shuang Xiaoyi felt that the original appearance of the Father God that everyone had imagined for more than 20,000 years was actually biased. Once placed on the altar, worshipped and offered sacrifices, and viewed as a father, the image in the mind would naturally be majestic, tall, overlooking from a high cloud platform, and commanding with majesty. But in fact, this is somewhat in conflict with immortal. The term Immortal Emperor may itself have a certain conflict. The difficulty of everyone's immortal path may also be partly due to this, being stuck in the quagmire, having deep thoughts, unable to transcend, and unable to escape. I believe that the Father God has also gone through such a process. After all, there are such deep engravings in the heavenly way that everyone knows. But the Father God finally chose to leave, sitting in the depths of the clouds, leisurely looking at the world. Perhaps at the last step, it is all about leaving. The monks left the shackles of the heavenly way, so they became taking. The Father God left all ties, so he became supreme? Is this the way? It seems that it is, and it should not be wrong. But the Father God seems to have fallen back again, and returned to the world again. While she was lost in thought, a fat tiger suddenly appeared in front of her, squatting under the tree and looking at her warily. Shuang Xiaoyi didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a little brain axe that had just entered the spiritual awakening period and had not yet transformed. She walked past the fat tiger, and the fat tiger suddenly bared its teeth fiercely. Shuang Xiaoyi lost all her insights and glared at it unhappily. The fat tiger shrank back, and Shuang Xiaoyi continued to move forward. The fat tiger followed behind and carefully raised its claws to scratch. Shuang Xiaoyi ignored it and took a step forward. The fat tiger took another step on the edge of death, and its claws touched the hem of Shuang Xiaoyi's skirt. Shuang Xiaoyi subconsciously kicked back, and the fat tiger screamed, flipped several times in the air. And with a bang it stuck to a big tree, hugging the trunk and slowly sliding down. Shuang Xiaoyi didn't know where this little brain axe's inexplicable hostility towards him came from, and he was afraid of hurting the pet of the Father God and being convicted. Just when he didn't know what to do, he heard Xia Guixuan laughing from above. This hoof is well raised, and it justifies the poor donkey in Gizhao. Xiaoxiao said helplessly, I am a horse, same. Come up and sit. It's strange to say that although it was a farce-like diversion, it didn't divert Xiaoxiao's fairyland feeling at all. Instead, he felt more fairyland. I don't know if it was a psychological effect. Walking to the edge of the cliff, Xia Guixuan was playing chess with himself on the stone table of the pavilion. I don't know where the black and white clouds appeared from, and they fell on the chessboard with a crisp sound, just like the evening drum and morning bell in the temple, leisurely and cleansing the soul. Can you play chess? I can play a little, but not as well as Father God. See, you're obsessed with appearances again, aren't you? The fun of chess is in the fun, not in winning or losing. If you play chess just to win, then ordinary people will never be able to beat a computer. Would this art be lost? How can it be passed down to this day? Xiaoxiao smiled and sat opposite Xia Guixuan. Then please teach me, Father God. Xia Guixuan separated the black and white chess pieces, handed the black chess basket to her, and said with a smile, so I said before that I have more in common with you cultivators. Xiaoxiao glanced at him. This was a continuation of the topic she had discussed with Yin Xiaoru before, saying that it was funny that Father God played an impartial game between humans and descendants of gods. Father God was saying that he actually preferred descendants of gods? Is that what he meant? She placed a stone on the star position and said, the common language is not as numerous as the beauties among humans? Or is it, the bloodline in Father God's body is mainly human? Not so, Xia Guixuan responded casually and said with a smile, first of all, I think you should be self-reliant instead of relying on me. This should be a consensus. Xiaoxiao sighed. Father God destroyed our human layout, which has led to the current passive situation. The road to self-reliance was cut off by Father God, not Gongsun Jiu and Ling Moxu. What's so great about it? This is a different time. At that time, because you felt an external enemy, you also felt that you shouldn't continue. Why blame me? Otherwise, Gongsun Jiu's life and death has nothing to do with me. Even if I want to be partial, I will favor his sister instead of him. Xiaoxiao nodded, yes. So it can only be regarded as time and fate, and we won't dwell on it. Later, we tried to awaken the Fox King to strengthen ourselves, and encountered that Father God was really partial. Is it our fate to offend God? Maybe it is. We had no reverence for Father God before and found someone to impersonate, so this is the retribution. It's meaningless for you to play tricks on me again and again. Xia Guixuan smiled. I favor Xiaoru, I admit it. It's hard to say whether it's your retribution, but I don't think it's retribution. You just got yourself into a dead end. Xiaoxiao clicked on 3 threes with a click. Is it such a dead end? A long time ago. People believe that clicking on 3 threes was the last choice, a dying struggle. Xia Guixuan smiled. Later, various algorithms changed, and it was found that this seemed to be another big chess game. What is a dead end? It's nothing more than times have changed. According to different opponents, different rules, and different choices. Xiaoxiao looked up at him again. Your vision is a little narrow, Xia Guixuan responded casually, and said lightly, Kanglong Star is a relatively barren planet. When I first came, there was only very rudimentary life. It might take billions of years for civilization to be born, and there are not many mineral resources. Treasures with spiritual energy are even rarer. To this day, your best treasures are still based on some of the things I brought back then, and the things that were nurtured and evolved in the place where my spiritual energy is most abundant. Is that right or not? Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. Yes, visitors from other worlds, with my taking treasure, can construct the world's top magic array, which can pose a threat to me. Have you ever thought about where my treasures come from? They are not from Kanglong Star, but from the vast stars, from the heavens and all worlds. Xiaoxiao's hand holding the chess piece paused there. The Kanglong Star is just a small corner. For the descendants of gods, it is nothing more than their hometown. Humans have been away from their home planet for many years, and have never been bothered by what the earth has become. Whether the descendants of gods are willing to go to wider places to seek better treasures and stronger resources, instead of keeping their eyes here, I feel ashamed for you when you sigh because my spiritual energy is no longer dissipating. Xiaoxiao held the chess piece tightly, pursed his lips and said nothing. In fact, the one sleeping in your soul sea is very courageous. At that time, she hid my formation and didn't want to repair it, just because she didn't want to continue to rely on it. What time and space isolation, what spirit gathering formation, Always trapped in a framework of a thing that you don't know whether it is a human or a dragon. When can you transcend it? I am also very sorry for her death. She should be the most suitable king to lead this ethnic group forward, even though she has no respect for me. But, Shang Zhaoi hesitated, the descendants of gods are now the weakest. We can't do it. Did we go back to the beginning? If the Fox King is here. Just now I said first, now let's talk about second. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, secondly, my action this time objectively made humans stronger, and the descendants of gods weakened. I haven't even visited the descendants of gods after I came out of seclusion. You have reason to be dissatisfied and think that humans do not respect heaven, so the descendants of gods recognize me as the way of heaven, but the way of heaven is the opposite. Isn't it cheap? Shang Zhaoi lowered his eyes slightly. I dare not. You few Wuxiang have different ideas about me. I won't argue with you for now. But the majority of ordinary people are indeed pious and respectful to heaven. I am ashamed that I have no response, Xia Guixuan said in a trance. At the source of the flame, I saw the tribal altar, and the eternal prayer sound is still echoing in my ears. It reminds me of the time when I was immortal. At that time, the gods favored me. But I never favored them, Shang Zhaoi whispered. Since the Father God is in retreat, there is no need to consider these. You are playing tricks with me again. I am out of retreat now, right? Xia Guixuan smiled. When the response comes, I will respond. You see, Shang Zhaoi turned his head and suddenly felt a palpitation. It was just playing chess on the pavilion stone table on the hill of the ecological park. I don't know when the scene changed. There was a vast night around, an endless universe, and a vast earth below, and all living things were like ants. The chessboard in front of him turned into darkness. The chess pieces in his hand were like stars. 19 laws of the great Dao were drawn in all directions, looming in the sky. The prayers of the descendants of the gods below could be vaguely heard. Is that Father God? In the night sky, the blue dragon penetrated the sky, and the Pegasus followed it, forming a celestial wonder that could be observed from any corner of the planet. The blue dragon smiled and scattered the stars. Black pieces fell, and 180 secret realms of all sizes were spread across the continents, deep underground, with various experiences, levels, treasures, and skills hidden in them. White pieces fell, and famous mountains and rivers rose from the ground, with spiritual energy permeating the mountains and rivers, and products all over the world. It was as if we had returned to more than 25,000 years ago, when the first generation of descendants of the gods felt the majestic spiritual energy surrounding the planet and awakened like the creation of the world. The things given by heaven will eventually run out, so try your best. This was the only time that the Father God had sent down a message from heaven in more than 25,000 years. This was the power of taking, the real God, but Xia Guixuan had never shown it like this before. Xia Guixuan looked at Shang Zhaoi, who was in a daze in front of him. This whole world can be changed by my thoughts, it can be transformed into various shapes, and everyone can be blessed by rain and dew. Is that meaningful? I live on the human side, because they have things for me to learn, even if I am not used to it. And I have more common language with you, I have to learn. This is not partiality, but I am still looking for the way to move forward. The way of heaven is moving forward, let alone the descendants of gods. Feeling a little tired, rest tonight, no more updates. Chapter 159, the chessboard for founding a nation disappears, and the night is gone. The east gradually turned pale, and the warm sun rose to the sky, emitting colorful rays of light. Shang Zhaoi found himself still in the pavilion on the top of the mountain. The stone table was still there, but the chess pieces were gone. Just like he put away the chessboard, he put away the night sky. It was as if her name was revealed, shining in the night and seeing the sun. It seemed to say that this should be what you are pursuing, or that you and I should do it together. Shang Zhaoi turned her head in confusion. A fat tiger with a silly head was squatting in the corner and looking at her angrily, and Xia Guixuan had disappeared long ago. Everything was just like a dream. Shang Zhaoi squatted in front of the fat tiger and asked softly, "Where's your master?" A little girl's voice came from the sea of consciousness. "I won't tell you, stinky mistress." Shang Zhaoi. The fat tiger ran away with his butt sticking up. Shang Zhaoi knocked his head, too lazy to talk to the inexplicable idiot, so he slowly went down the mountain and returned to Yin Xiaoru's villa. When he went over, he saw Yin Xiaoru getting ready to get in the car. Shang Zhaoi subconsciously asked, "Where are you going?" Yin Xiaoru answered as a matter of course, "To work. I asked for leave yesterday, so I can't be lazy today." Xiaoru felt that the style that had reached heaven had fallen into the ditch in an instant, like returning from a fairyland to the mortal world. Does Father God like this? Where's the Father God going? Does the princess know? He must have gone to find Ling Moxu. They agreed yesterday that she would vent my anger and replace this damn license plate and license with mine. I checked the number yesterday and even chose the new brand. What brand? LSP 520. Yin Xiaoru got on the car, lowered the window and leaned out to ask, Sister Xiang, do you want to visit my company? Xiaoru was about to say no, but then she remembered Xia Guixuan's heavenly Dao forward inside. Okay, Yin Xiaoru happily drove the passenger seat and let her get in, and said with a smile, Sister Xiang used to be the leader of the heavenly Dao, and the president of the Immortal Cultivators Association. In fact, you are quite familiar with pharmaceutical companies like us, right? Well, some companies will cooperate with us to learn from us and combine them with alchemy. But you have never. We have never thought about actively cooperating with this crappy company in a third-tier city. Xiaoru is actually much more familiar with human society than Xia Guixuan. She has even witnessed the development of mankind from immigration to the present. Of course, she is also the one who is relatively opposed to the old ways, because it is too subversive. At least she has never thought of learning it herself. What she thinks most is to enslave humans and take advantage of their strengths, which is already good. People like Hun Yuan are the real demons who really want to kill all humans. Of course, when talking with Messenger Xia Guixuan, Hun Yuan used Xiaoru's tricks, which Xia Guixuan saw through at the beginning. Sister Xiang, I am very sad to hear you say that. My medicine, drinks are still selling very well. I don't want to blend alchemy. Is it an instinctive rejection? Not really. I used the recipe given by Cindy without hesitation, and I was even quite interested in it. I also told him about it. Now I am using other recipes to cooperate with research. Very interested. Xiaoru became excited. The Fox King is a master of alchemy, the absolute number one person on this planet after the Father God. Yin Xiaoru is interested in this. Does it prove that there is indeed a strong connection between the two? Well, after all, it's the blood of the Fox King. Some things may be engraved in the genes. Xiaoru was quite relieved. Then why didn't you use alchemy before, and just made some funny medicines? Hey, my medicine is very popular. Yes. Can you answer the main question? The main question is, I don't trust the Immortal Cultivator Association at all. Xiaoru was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed. It turned out to be this simple. Yin Xiaoru's clear heart instinctively avoided the Xiandao sect with ulterior motives. If she had been noticed earlier, she might have died long ago. Thinking of this, Xiaoru also felt a little sorry. He had always been malicious towards her and wanted to erase her consciousness. She knew it clearly, but she still smiled. What was the point of being deliberately provoked by her several times of bad taste revenge? Xiaoru sighed. I roughly know why Father God favors you. Do you need to guess? Of course it's because I am both wise and beautiful. I am an intimate big sister and a charming vixen. You are right. The little fox is at work, but Xiajing is very solemn. Today is the inauguration ceremony of the new head of state and the Grand Marshal, and it is also a grand military parade, symbolizing the new start of Daxia in the new era. The official full name of Daxia is actually Daxia Autonomous Territory. It was leaked in the conversation between Yinping and Yin Xiaoru a long time ago. The original intention was the autonomous territory of foreign humans on Kanglong Star, which is still used today. But today, it was officially renamed Daxia Kingdom, and Ling Xiaonan and Gongsun Jiu unanimously agreed. The main meaning is that humans are a formal country, not a territory that is autonomous and resides on someone else's territory. It should have been changed long ago, but it was not changed. Now it has a new look, and it is indeed time to change. It may irritate the descendants of gods, but no one cares after fighting for so many years. What we need to care about is that the blue dragon appeared in the sky again last night. Daxia did not feel the change, but reports from spies in other continents were almost earth-shaking. The human leaders were a little frightened, so the expressions of the gentlemen in the seats of today's ceremony were very cautious. The other side's Father God, the blue dragon, everyone saw it in the battle of the president's palace before, but in that kind of battle, they could only feel the power that could dismantle the fleet, and could not feel this kind of earth-shaking mystery. Today, we saw it. Will the birth of such a god really be bloody? Only Gongsun Jiu smiled slightly as usual and said nothing. Brother Taikang is more powerful than expected. In fact, she can even guess part of what Xia Guixuan is thinking. Xia Guixuan said that he was hanging high in the sky to observe, but in fact he has become more and more humane. The gift to the descendants of the gods is a response to everyone's sincere prayers for more than 20,000 years. Originally, he didn't need to do it, which obviously would consume a lot of energy and spirit, but he still did it. And what he did was not to directly improve their strength, but to give them copies and sacred mountains, so that everyone has a better foundation for cultivation, and then rely on their own efforts. It can be considered a good intention. With Xia Guixuan's mind and foresight, he will definitely not support the two tribes fighting on Kanglong Star. The journey must be in the Sea of Stars. He is Xiaoju's confidant, and Xiaoju is also his confidant. This word has always needed mutual meaning, otherwise it is called a one-man show. Fortunately, everyone can play against each other. Unfortunately, it's not good to know too much. For example, Gongsun Jiayu guessed what Xia Guixuan was doing at this moment, and his face became a little sour as he thought about it. There is a big stage in front of the square. At this moment, the military art troupe is singing. This kind of festive ceremony is just as it should be. There is a waiting room backstage behind the stage. As a princess and a singing queen, Ling Moxu has a big name and has an independent waiting room to use. Her singing is also the finale. At this time, Ling Moxu is of course putting on makeup and resting inside, and Xia Guixuan, who is known as the special stage for negotiation, also went in. He has not come out yet. You can guess what these two are doing in there with your toes. Gongsun Jiayu couldn't help but hum. Ling Xiaonan stroked his beard and said, Marshal, are you worried about the father god of the divine descendants? Gongsun Jiayu, yes. The head of state really understands me. Why worry about nothing? Ling Xiaonan smiled. If that father god really has the power of taking, the entire planet is just a mud ball in his hand, and there is no point in us being anxious. If that father god is only at the peak of Wuxiang, since we are not afraid of the Fox King, why are we afraid of him? Of course, the truth is correct. If he is really that strong, there is no point in you being anxious. But Gongsun Jiayu always found it funny when he heard it. Although the leader has tried to practice, he may not know it very clearly. I'm afraid he should ask Mozu to know more clearly. Of course I asked Mozu. Ling Xiaonan seemed to trust his granddaughter's vision and ambition very much. He stroked his beard and smiled. She said, not to mention that the other party may not be a blue dragon. Even if it is really a dragon, she dares to swallow the dragon. Gongsun Jiayu's expression became more exciting. Chapter 160. In Ling Moxu's independent waiting room. Xia Guixuan leaned against the door with his arms folded, looking at the scene inside with a half-smile. It was just a waiting room, but it was almost as big as a factory building. Hundreds of staff and service robots came and went, and they looked busy, which reminded Xia Guixuan of the busy soldiers he saw in the main cabin of the battleship at that time. However, they only serve one person. You should know that there are only about 100 real people in Little Fox's company, and most of the jobs are robots. There are more than 100 makeup artists, costume designers, agents, assistants, and bodyguards serving Ling Moxu here, not to mention the staff and coordinators who do sound adjustment and lighting outside. It's ridiculously busy. Various performance costumes are also ridiculously expensive. Ling Moxu was leaning on a recliner with her eyes slightly closed. Several female makeup artists surrounded her and carefully put on makeup for her. There was even one who knelt in front of her to paint her toenails. I don't know if it was a deliberate kneeling posture to flatter, or an unconscious movement to facilitate the application of toenails. In short, Ling Moxu today deserves more flattery from others. In fact, Xia Guixuan can see that Ling Moxu doesn't enjoy this kind of luxury now. Maybe she enjoyed it very much in the past, and she was also vain. But now that she is a sword cultivator, the pursuit of the Great Way is different. This kind of vanity will hinder the sword path, and it will naturally fade away, and gradually become calm. So her expression has always been quite cold, which makes others think that the princess is dissatisfied and even more trembling. But Ling Moxu has no choice. She was so awesome before. If she suddenly changes to be simple and self-disciplined, combined with the background of her grandfather being the head of state, it will make people feel that she has other intentions to win people's hearts. Maybe there will be rumors of her becoming an emperor tomorrow. To change is not to change all at once. You have to change slowly and gradually reduce it, or it is better not to change, which is a kind of self-pollution. In addition, There is a kind of psychology that I don't know if it is perverted. The more you kneel and bow your head in front of your master, the more you want to be high and mighty in front of others and despise everything. On the contrary, the more you are high and mighty in front of others, and then bow down in front of your master, the more you will have a mentality of only obeying the strong. I feel excited, and I believe the master feels the same. Seeing the master's half smile, everyone should think of the same thing. Thinking of this, Ling Moxu's half-closed eyes flashed with charm. Hey, Captain Xia, who told you to stand in here? Get out, get out. A field manager stood in front of him with his hands on his hips. Can't you see there are only girls in here? Our Moxu has to change clothes later. What are you a grown man doing standing here? Ling Moxu secretly glanced over, thinking, who is this? Is this considered courting death or assisting? It's really hard to judge. Xia Guixuan smiled. I'm here to discuss a special stage. After thinking about it, I'm not interested in standing on the stage and singing for people, so forget it. I came here to inform President Ling. The man's face changed even more. What qualifications do you have to refuse? Before he finished speaking, Ling Moxu interrupted lightly. Okay, if you don't want to participate, then don't participate. President Ling promoted you. You really don't know how to appreciate it. The manager turned his head to look at Ling Moxu, and immediately bent his waist. President Ling, should he let him go? Ling Moxu nodded. Get out. The manager immediately pointed at Xia Guixuan. Did you hear that? Ling Moxu's voice came from behind again. I'm talking about you. All get out. Captain Xia, we'll talk. The manager was stunned. Boss Ling, the makeup artist was also trembling with fear. Boss Ling, this forward makeup is not done yet. Ling Moxu frowned. And the temperature of the entire waiting room dropped suddenly. Get out. Everyone did not dare to disobey and carefully retreated. In the blink of an eye, the large room with hundreds of people was empty, with only mirrors everywhere, reflecting the strange expressions of a man and a woman. Ling Moxu was still half leaning on the makeup chair, and did not even get up to say hello to the master. Xia Guixuan walked forward with a smile, picked up a makeup brush casually. Do you want me to finish the princess's forward makeup? Ling Moxu hid the charm in her eyes and forcedly said, Captain Xia also knows makeup. Xia Guixuan looked at the head in the corner of the room and smiled. I know a little. Then try to draw one. There will be a reward if it looks good. What reward? Do you have the right to bargain? Xia Guixuan's smile spread more and more, and he really leaned over to apply makeup on her carefully. Ling Moxu opened her half-closed eyes a little, looked at him tenderly, and sent a telepathic message. Won't it cover the probe? Xia Guixuan smiled. Not now. It's normal for Captain Xia to serve the princess. Ling Moxu bit her lower lip. What's the excitement of this affair? And it's actually a little sweet. Ling Moxu knew that she was broken, and she had been broken for a long time. She even knew what her master was drawing. Her slave pattern was about to be displayed in front of everyone, but she was more excited just thinking about it. Not long after, a strange pink pattern appeared on her forehead. No one could recognize what it meant, but it was pretty. Ling Moxu's breathing began to get a little messy. The texture from the hands of immortals is not a simple painting, it is a talisman. After it is formed, it has its own effect. The real kind of effect, submission, desire, excitement, thousands of thoughts came one after another. Ling Moxu couldn't bear it anymore and scattered her divine thoughts, breaking the probe and the recording. Master, stop torturing me, how dare I? You are the princess and I am the subordinate. No. Xia Guixuan's fingers slowly moved down from her forehead, brushing across her delicate cheeks. You put your license on Yin Xiaoru's car. Isn't that a declaration of sovereignty? Ling Moxu bit her lower lip and said nothing. Of course, it was a provocation to declare sovereignty, and it was also a deliberate act knowing that she would be punished. She was looking for punishment. Guangxin Jiayu proposed to help him marry Yan Wu Yu, but no one dared to do such a thing, as it would kill people. But the punishment for such a small offense in the corners would only be an interaction between the master and the little slave girl, which might even be considered a reward. Is this called a clear sword heart? If a clear sword heart is used in this, would the swordsman since ancient times be pissed off? Being a princess, you have become more powerful. Xia Guixuan's fingers continued to move down to her snow-white neck. Ling Moxu raised her head slightly, and cooperated with him to lift the high collar of her performance clothes, panting, Slave was wrong. I will change the brand tomorrow. Is that all? Please punish me, master. As she spoke, a collar appeared on her neck. Ling Moxu's heart suddenly jumped. Is it a bit too much? Xia Guixuan smiled. Do you have the right to bargain? This retribution came so quickly. If you can decide how to punish, is it a punishment or a reward? Xia Guixuan smiled a little wickedly. You will go on stage like this later. Anyway, your collar is quite high. Ling Moxu panted even harder. Imagine the elegant stage costume, the shining stage cheered by thousands of people, the head of state and princess respected by people, the dazzling appearance. In fact, there are slave patterns on the forehead, and the collar inside. Ling Moxu felt that she was too weak to stand up. Are you going on stage soon? Xia Guixuan suddenly asked. Ling Moxu looked at the time. There are still more than 10 minutes. That, she bit her lower lip. It seems too late. Xia Guixuan smiled. That's perfect. You get up first. Ling Moxu's mind was still a little confused, and she stood up from the recliner in a daze, not understanding what he meant for a moment. Then she heard Xia Guixuan say leisurely, 10 minutes, just a punishment without reward? Ling Moxu looked extremely strange. In fact, asking for punishment is purely a kind of, a little flirting and interest in the master. The goal has been achieved. Then your punishment is neither good nor bad. Who is it punishing? Is it punishing me or punishing yourself? She didn't have time to think about it. The neck rope was gently pulled. The princess in full dress looked at the man with resentment and anger, and slowly knelt down with a force. The graceful long skirt spread on the ground, like a deep lake, spreading circles of ripples. Speaking of that temporomandibular joint arthritis, the last physical therapy should be over tomorrow. Can't you see that I have been running to the hospital every day for so many days? I feel so dedicated. Chapter 161 Personal Advisor 10 minutes later, Ling Moxu wiped the lipstick from the corner of her mouth, touched up her makeup, and hurried onto the stage to sing. It was not until he stood on the stage and saw the vast crowd of people below in solemn silence that Ling Moxu realized that this was a national ceremony, extremely solemn. He is the father god of the descendants of gods. Not to mention just now, even now, he still has the same slave tattoo on his forehead and the collar on his neck, and walks to the front of the stage coldly under the attention of the crowd. So embarrassing. Actually, it's nothing. If he conquered the country, this planet would have been his. Ling Moxu took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and began to sing. People found that Ling Moxu's singing today was particularly interesting. It was simply the best performance. The fairy spirit was floating, as if overlooking from the clouds. It was like a goddess high above, chanting and telling the past and present of a country, inspiring and leading all beings to move forward. Ling Moxu is so beautiful, an official whispered. I personally think that if there is a beauty ranking, she can be considered the most beautiful woman in Daxia. Originally, there are some who can be compared, such as Yan Wu, who actually has her own unique flavor. In fact, each has its own strengths. If the princess bonus is taken into account, the psychological feeling is different, and no one can compare. If that's the case, the bonus of female generals who roam the battlefield is not bad either. Well, Deputy Director Z is right. Gongsun Jiayu on the stage didn't know why he was too sharp-eyed and sharp-eared now. He heard it from a distance and curled his lips. They are state officials, but a bunch of old perverts. Not only are they perverted, but their vision is not very good. There's a girl with glasses in the game, and you just missed it? Princess generals are so great. The officials were still whispering, now that she is a princess, I don't know who can get her, let alone getting her. I'm afraid it's a blessing that I can't get even in 8 lifetimes if I have the chance to kiss her hand. There is no such ceremony in Daxia. Be careful of being kicked out. It's just that. Hey, I really don't know who will be lucky enough to marry her in the future. What do you think, Marshall? Marshall, there might have been a chance before, but now it's getting harder to say. It's good that the two sides don't fight. That's right. So it seems I still have a chance. Who peed yellow? Wake him up. Gongsun Jiayu couldn't listen anymore. This is still a state official. Well, the last few sentences were said by a young official, which is normal. Who doesn't want to marry Ling Moxu? It's a pity that no one else is destined to have a share. Who can compete with him for a woman? Gongsun Jiayu, will be very careful. It's really annoying. He is so schizophrenic that he doesn't know whether he is competing for a woman or a man. Sure enough, Yanzhao is the birthplace of swordsmen. It seems that many of our group were originally from Yanzhao. Well, even the tigers from our home planet were transported from the Hejian Zoo. Talking nonsense. Gongsun Jiayu looked around and found a military position. In one corner were members of the Special Operations Division. A captain was mixed in there, and a group of Special Operations Division personnel who had never seen this colleague looked at him inexplicably. Gongsun Jiu suddenly found it very interesting. He was also playing, right? Really? What, did he take our solemn ceremony for granted? Gongsun Jiu curled his lips and whispered to the guards behind him, after the ceremony, let Captain Xia Guixuan of the Special Operations Division come to my office for a meeting. Be polite, I know. The guards laughed. We were all there when Captain Xia saved the marshal from the bottom of the well. Now he is going to be very successful, right? Gongsun Jiu did not put on airs with his trusted guards, and smiled. Anyway, he will not take your jobs away. After the ceremony, it was noon and the sun was high. Deputy Gongsun Jiu stood in front of the window, looking directly at the scorching sun. The sun could not cause any harm to him through the lens, but the sun under the lens was no longer mysterious. In fact, the energy of the battleship is already close to the energy of the stars. In the eyes of many anthropologists, the universe no longer has so many unsolvable and awe-inspiring mysteries as in the early years. But everyone has a bottleneck after all. For example, no one can imagine the changes in the mountains and rivers of various continents last night. That is really something that current science cannot explain. Knock knock, there was a knock on the door, and the guard reported, Captain Xia is here, come in. The door opened. Gongsun Jiu did not look back, and still looked at the sun at the window. Xia Guixuan also closed the door naturally, and walked to his side casually to look at the sun side by side. He didn't even need glasses to look at the sun. The two stood side by side for a while as if performing a pantomime, and Gongsun Jiu finally spoke. How does it feel to play with a princess of Daxia at the ceremony of the founding of Daxia? Xia Guixuan said. What do you mean by playing? Don't talk nonsense. Gongsun Jiu sighed, and tacitly did not bring up the topic of his father, the descendant of God, or the changes in the mountains and rivers last night, but just said, the ceremony is completed, the military has decided that Yan Wuyu will take over as deputy commander of the Navy, Army and Air Force, and Xia Guixuan's rank will be promoted to, wait, Xia Guixuan interrupted, I don't want to change my rank, captain suits me very well. Gongsun Jiu twitched his mouth, this is not a joke, to you. It's a joke, to you, it's just a game. Xia Guixuan did not answer. Gongsun Jiu smiled, you can't do the formalities when meeting an official without a promotion in rank. Do you want to play dumb and get yourself slapped in the face? I don't think you're that boring. Well, I don't see outsiders, so it's not necessary. I see that you have to be yelled at even when you are behind Ling Moxu. There are some things in this world that are unavoidable. You know better than me, Xia Guixuan. Has anyone ever told you that people who are too smart can be annoying sometimes? Gongsun Jiu ignored him and said to himself, if your rank doesn't increase, then don't do it. If you are willing to humble yourself and be my personal advisor, then even if your rank is only a corporal, no one will dare to disrespect you. Xia Guixuan turned to look at him. Gongsun Jiu was still looking at the sun. The changes in the mountains and rivers of the descendants of the gods do not seem like wars, but like self-reliance. I think their father god's intention is not on this planet, but in the galaxy. Me too. Xia Guixuan still didn't speak. Gongsun Jiu said slowly. In the cosmic age, let alone the Kanglong star, in fact, our home star is also energy poor and mineral scarce. One of the great significance of immigration is for this reason, and it is the same now. We are always competing for minerals and energy in other star fields. I believe Captain Xia has witnessed the energy battle when he played in the arena. Yes, on many mining stars, our troops are stationed, competing or guarding with other races. Yan Wuyu once served as the governor of a mining star. Every inch of material and every bit of energy of the warship was exchanged for the blood of the soldiers. Now that the major event has been decided, I intend to take the initiative to attack. On the one hand, I will send troops to assist our mining star, and on the other hand, I will take the initiative to seize other scarce energy. Gongsun Jiu finally turned his head and looked at him. Captain Xia, are you interested? Xia Guixuan blinked. Xiaoru mining star, how about this goal? Gongsun Jiu smiled. I knew that Captain Xia seemed unruly, but in fact his ambitions are the same as mine. So, have you accepted the position of personal advisor? If you can stop putting on airs with me and just ask me when you have something to discuss, then I'll take it. Have I ever put on airs with you? You're competing with me for a woman, but I still say what I mean on official business. We're not children anymore, just distinguish between public and private. How? Xia Guixuan didn't argue with him. It didn't seem right to be too tough after having sex with someone else's sister, so he just said, as a staff officer, would I be a colleague of your sister? She doesn't want to see you. Xia Guixuan was silent for a moment and sighed. In this kind of landing battle in the mining area, Yan Wu Yu was the blade before. Well, if she's recuperating, I'll replace her with someone else. Can I recommend someone? Who? The former leader of the Xiandao sect, the divine priest Shangzhaoi, or the current leader of the Xiandao sect, the princess of Daxia Lingmoxu? Gongsun Jiu looked at him strangely for a long while. If you can be sure that these two people are not here to do bad things. In principle I have no objection, but I suggest you ask them for their own opinions. P.S. On this Christmas Eve, I wish all readers peace and safety forever, and all their wishes come true. Chapter 162. If you ask for opinions before leaving, there is actually nothing to ask Lingmoxu, because she would be happy to take a group of Xiandao followers to practice, and more importantly, practice her own swordsmanship. Originally, she was worried about not having such a good thing, and she was considering looking for work with the descendants of the gods. If there was such an opportunity, she would definitely have an idea. Seeking the immortal way is not just sitting there. To be honest, she can stop working as a singer before, and she can even use this song at the founding ceremony as the end of her career. After all, she originally chose this path as a half-baked incense and fire path, not really determined to be a singer. The incense and fire path is taught by Shangzhaoi, and she thinks that her identity is very suitable for this path. The more fans and supporters she has, the stronger she will be. In theory, it is correct, but that is only theory. In fact, the faith and willpower that fans can provide are very weak. If there are billions of people on the mother planet, it may be better, but how many people are there in Daxia? What is the proportion of fans? No matter how she claims to be a world-class singer, the power of incense and fire is just like scratching an itch. It is not as strong as the faith power that the followers of Xiandao contribute to the leader. In addition, since there is no divine position on this planet, the incense and fire path is even more empty, and the power of wishes cannot be realized. So I don't know whether Shangzhaoi, the master, did not think of this level, or deliberately pitted his apprentice. Based on her Wuxiang's knowledge, it is unlikely that she can't even see this. It should be more likely that she deliberately pitted her apprentice. After being enlightened by Xia Guixuan to the sword path, this incense and fire path could have stopped long ago. It is meaningless. Even if you still want to be a singing queen and enjoy the respect, you can show up occasionally. There is no need to expand the road of film and television. The previous video. Forget it, the author Xia Guixuan is almost a eunuch. It has not been updated for almost a month. Not just because of the busy war. Because she originally expressed her aspirations in the book, there are reflections and metaphors everywhere, not really writing a romantic story. But the class reflected by Si Takang in the book and the great Xia that the book wants to tell are no longer the same in reality. Today, Xia Guixuan herself is half Si Takang, and the path that great Xia will take is almost in her own hands. Is it necessary to continue writing the book? If I really want to write it, maybe I will really use it as the origin of my acquaintance with Xia Guixuan, and really write it as a romance story. Maybe the subsequent plot will be all about palace fighting with women, which is already another book. Sure enough, when I asked Lingmoxu agreed happily and immediately went back to the church to prepare. Xia Guixuan went back to Yin Xiaoru's house to see Shangzhaoi. He proposed Shangzhaoi not because of his selfish desire to ride a horse, but because he planned to promote the cooperation of the descendants of humans in the journey of the Sea of Stars. As a result, when I got home, I found that Yin Xiaoru and Shangzhaoi were huddled together on the table with great interest. The table was full of various reagents and research reports. The two of them put their heads together to discuss something. The scene was a little orange and looked very beautiful. Did the relationship between the two suddenly become so close? Xia Guixuan was a little dazed when he saw it, and they both found that he was back. Yin Xiaoru smiled. Wait a minute, the food is not ready yet. Shangzhaoi greeted calmly. Father God. Xia Guixuan sat opposite them and asked curiously, are you on such a good relationship? Our relationship should not be bad. Yin Xiaoru blinked. Since there is a resonance of souls, in a sense we can even be considered one person. Well, it's much different. Oh, it's almost there. Forget it. Xia Guixuan looked at the reagent and asked, are you researching new drugs? This drug effect, aphrodisiac, Ahem, Shang Zhaoi turned his head away. Father God even researched this, as expected. Xia Guixuan, why does your as expected feel wrong? I'm researching the knowledge of elixirs, not how to improve sexual performance. Why is it weird? Yin Xiaoru said confidently. Why, wouldn't this be the best-selling medicine? Yes, yes. Will it be useful to you too? Yes. Xia Guixuan didn't bother to pay attention to her and asked Shang Zhaoi, if we go to Zelt with humans, would you be interested? Shang Zhaoi was stunned and a little hesitant. Xia Guixuan smiled. Why? Do you think it's inconvenient to implement your idea without Xiaoru? Shang Zhaoi sighed. To be honest with Father God, this is indeed part of the reason, but it is definitely not the main reason. Then what is the main reason? I'm in Daxia, at least I'm still on the Kanglong star, and the descendants of God can still control it remotely. Once I leave, I really can't take care of them. No one knows what will happen to Hunan and the others by then. Father God has bestowed the grace of rain and dew, but they still need a suitable leader after all. Xia Guixuan pondered for a moment, and agreed with the statement. Okay. If that's the case, you don't have to go. Yin Xiaoru suddenly said. Cindy, are you going to the expedition? Well, it won't be long. Xiang Yuxun told me that there is Jiuxun star steel on the Red Moon Mine Star, which is exactly what I need for refining equipment. Originally, I planned to find time to sneak in and get a batch. Now it happens that Gongsun Jiu intends to attack, so it's better to do it today than to choose a day. It's just right for me to go with him, and I can also be lazy and let the human warships be the main force. I can also observe Zelt again. Shang Zhaoi sighed in his heart. Whatever the Father God wants to do, he should be able to go without any worries. But now he is nagging and explaining so much to the little fox, as if he is afraid that she will be sad. Yin Xiaoru obviously also heard the implication of this. She stood up slowly and hugged his neck, saying softly, after explaining so much, I'm not stopping you from going. I was worried when you went on the expedition before because I didn't know how powerful you were and I was worried about your safety. Now I know, you can go wherever you want. The most I will do is miss you a lot, but I won't worry. Xia Guixuan kissed her forehead and smiled. It won't take long. Just to attack a mining planet, it'll only take a day. If I want to observe Zelt and participate in the auction of interstellar merchants, it may take a month or two. Yeah, Yin Xiaoru bit her lower lip. Who else is going? Can Sister Yan go? Wu Yu is recovering from her injuries, so she can't catch up with a decisive battle with Zelt in the future. I originally wanted to go with a merchant priest this time, so that the human gods can cooperate more. Yin Xiaoru immediately pointed out. Who else? Ling Moxu will go. Well, don't worry, she will get your license plate fixed. The license plate should have been Yin Xiaoru's special focus, but at this moment her focus would not be diverted. She listens to you so much. Xia Guixuan shut up. Cindy, what? I've thought about it. Yin Xiaoru whispered. You're going on a long trip, so I'll go out for a while. Xia Guixuan was stunned. Shang Zhaoi was ecstatic. I'll go see the continents of the descendants of the gods, see where the foxes live, and see where I should have grown up. Maybe I haven't seen everyone's expectations, and I always think differently. Yin Xiaoru whispered. You know, I've always wanted to find my relatives. Although it seems different from what I imagined now, this trip to the south is also to find my relatives. Xia Guixuan pondered in silence. He agreed that the little fox should go to the place she should go. What he was mainly thinking about was her safety. If Shang Zhaoi protected her normal safety, the real problem was whether the Fox King would take advantage of the opportunity to break in. Logically speaking, the Fox King wouldn't dare to do that. Was he really not afraid that he would be furious and raise her Yin Shen? At worst, I could attach a wisp of divine consciousness to her water-condensed necklace to protect it at any time, which should be foolproof. As if she knew he would agree, Yin Xiaoru tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek, then slowly moved to his ear and whispered, the Yin Xiaoru who went to visit the descendants of gods is definitely not the Yin Xiaoru now. Do you want it now? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Ru. Even though Shang Zhaoi was by his side, Xia Guixuan only had Yin Xiaoru in his eyes. Just like Yin Xiaoru only had Xia Guixuan in her eyes. The orange color just now was like a fake orange color, and no one remembered the forgotten horse. Xiaoyu squatted in the corner with his knees hugged, trying to reduce his presence. It was best that the princess wanted to go south, and it was better not to talk about other things casually, so as not to cause trouble, right? She also knew the emotions of the two at this time. Parting was at least one of the top 3 things that could most stimulate the emotions of men and women. Although it was just like a business trip and she came back in a month or 2, it was nothing, it was normal. But everyone knew that this was the watershed between Yin Xiaoru, the female president of the human race, and Yin Xiaoru, the princess of the fox tribe. Xia Guixuan would not force her to stay the same, everything was up to her. Maybe she was still Lurha, maybe not, maybe she would come back to continue her beverage company, or maybe she would stay in the God clan as a leader of the tribe. Even she herself could not predict this, but no matter what, she had to take a look. What kind of life path should she take? She had to make a choice. It was an unavoidable cause and effect. Yin Xiaoru chose to go south when Xia Guixuan was on a business trip, and she deliberately chose a time when he was not around, otherwise she was afraid that he would not be able to help interfering with her choice. So when she heard that Xia Guixuan was going out, she thought of going south. Everyone knew it well. Urha was not stupid, and Xia Guixuan's heart was even clearer. The conversation of that day seemed to come to her ears again. I'm afraid that if you don't kiss me now, when you want to kiss me, you will no longer be the current Yin Xiaoru, no matter what choice you make. Xia Guixuan gently bent down and kissed her lips, whispering, as long as you are not taken away by others, your personal choice is still you. I, Xia Guixuan, have changed at least 3 or 4 times in my life, and I am still changing now, but it's still me, Yin Xiaoru said. Is it that no matter what I become, I am the one you like in your eyes? This sentence started the cunning of the little fox again. Xia Guixuan had never said that he liked her, but he wanted to prove it. How could Xia Guixuan not hear this little trick? But he just smiled and said, yes. The little fox's eyes changed at once, misty, as if full of mist. But he said, sure enough, the aphrodisiac should be used for you. You are still saying this now. Xia Guixuan picked her up horizontally. Yin Xiaoru hugged his neck and murmured, I want to go to my own big bed. With a whoosh, the two disappeared into the living room. Soon, Xiao's soul sea was filled with shocked and angry thoughts. Stop them quickly, Xiao asked curiously. I haven't felt the stimulation yet, Your Majesty. Does it feel so strong? What do you feel? My body is going to be broken. Did you think of this? Oh, this was really unexpected. Xiao also felt that the Fox King was a bit tragic for a moment, and said helplessly, how can it be stopped? Your Majesty, you still give in. What do you mean you still give in? The Fox King was sad and angry. It's not me who has molested. Well, Xiao hesitated. Is there a difference? If that's the case, you can also receive my consciousness feedback and resonate with your soul sea. Double. Are you also being molested? Xiao took a deep breath. Your Majesty, let's change the word. What the word is secondary. The facts are the essence. The Fox King was about to explode. Are you also infected by Yin Xiaoru? In fact, Xiao felt that the Fox King himself was very similar to Yin Xiaoru, and this kind of infection seemed to be particularly fast. However, the Fox King is currently a residual soul, just borrowing her spiritual light. As the Father God said, if this matter is not handled properly, the Fox King may become a fool or a lunatic with personality loss after separation. In other words, the Fox King's temperament is not the Fox King now, but it is better to say that he is a reedition of Yin Xiaoru after being infected by her. It will not be like this after the real separation. I'll look forward to the rebirth of the original ambitious Fox King. So, Xiao said very firmly, anyway, Yin Xiaoru's broken body can't be used. Your Majesty should consider honestly accepting the Father God's opinion and separating the soul and soul to create another body. How much time will it take? I will hold on. I think the princess seems to be willing to take responsibility, the Fox King said. I'm afraid that she won't change much. You have to be transferred first. Almost at the same time, Xiao huddled in the corner hugging his knees, and his whole body was trembling slightly. At this moment, I remembered that Xia Guixuan and Yin Xiaoru had stopped doing it before because they were afraid of being watched by her. Now, knowing that she was watching, they still experienced the whole process. Why didn't they care? Xia Guixuan really didn't care. Boiling a frog in warm water is like this. After kissing and biting in various shapes in front of Shang's Haoi several times, Shang's Haoi was probably used to the stimulation, and they seemed to have been used to watching. Yin Xiaoru didn't know whether the previous actions were to pit Shang's Haoi or dig a pit for herself. But she was happy. Xia Guixuan was the same. If there were still some obstacles to doing this before, after all, she had abstinence for tens of thousands of years, and always thought that this was not something that should be done, and she escaped very resolutely. Even if she wanted to change and reshape, how could she change completely in a short time? Slowly changing, she began to indulge herself. But I still think that even if you want to indulge in desires, you shouldn't be emotionally tied. You can humiliate a little slave girl, that's an old slave owner. You can show off your skills, that's the coolness of a female general on the battlefield. Anyway, it's not real. But if the two were in love and in harmony, this should have been what he feared and resisted the most. So he found reasons to back off every time he was ready to do it. What about being watched in pornographic pictures? What about being afraid that Yan Wuyu would be injured? In essence, they were all excuses. If he really wanted it, he could have it in any way. In fact, he was hesitant and not firm, so any excuse became a reason to give up. Gynecophobia? It's almost similar, mainly in the mentality, not the aphrodisiac that the little fox hinted at. But this degree was broken by an alternative virtual game. Anyway, it's virtual. Anyway, it's a game. It doesn't matter. So he convinced himself. He did the same, and Xiao Jiayu did the same. Both of them let go of themselves and flew freely in the fantasy that did not involve reality. But 1,000-mile dam can be collapsed by an anthole. What he had been avoiding and hesitating about has actually disappeared without a trace without knowing it. Xia Guixuan knew that he had nothing to be hypocritical about anymore. If Xiaojiu knew about today, would he feel that he had taken the lead, or would he feel that he had given a real assist? This is a question. This thought flashed through his mind, and Xia Guixuan had already fallen into the planet. The little fox below was not as charming as she usually was. She was conservative in nature, but at this moment she let go of everything. Xia Guixuan was a little intoxicated. That was a charm that had been forgotten for who knows how many years, lost in the rolling immortal road and could not find any trace, but thought that it should have been discarded. Unconsciously, the little fox grew snow-white fox ears, and even the fox tail came out. It was a subconscious thought when the mind was tense to the extreme. Xia Guixuan brushed the tail. Yin Xiaoru softened. Don't do that, I want to see clearly. Where does this tail come from? I haven't studied it before. Then go down and take a look. The light pink smoke unconsciously spread from the little fox. It was the talent of the fox clan, and it was fragrant and pleasant. Yin Xiaoru hugged his neck tenderly. Tell me, if we have a little fox, what should we name it? I won't let you succeed if I don't tell you clearly. Xia Guixuan thought for a while. Xiaoru, eh? What is that? Hey, stinky straight man. The Fox King had already passed away without knowing when. Shang's Haoi hugged his knees and huddled there, wanting to cry but without tears. I am also a great Wuxiang. What sin have I committed? End of Volume 1. P.S. The hospital was crowded today, so it was late. But the last day of physical therapy is finally over. It just so happens that the first volume of Planet has also ended, and tomorrow will be a new beginning full of energy. Chapter 164. It was the autumn of the 251st year of the Yuanjia calendar. The new Grand Marshal Gongsun Jiayu had just announced his inauguration. Even the newly surrendered and merged troops had not been properly trained and disciplined. A large number of confidants had just been promoted to positions. They had not yet recognized all their faces, and some were even late and did not have time to take up their posts in the teams. While the new land warfare commander Yan Wuyu was still recuperating from his injuries, the Galactic Fleet set out brazenly in front of everyone's unexpected gaze. The fleet carried an additional 30,000 Marines and stationed in the Donglan starfield. This was the first time that Daxia took the initiative to attack Zelter. It had been less than a week since the last Donglan luring enemy battle. According to his own words, you can't think of it, and Zelter certainly can't think of it. Should we continue to wait until they continue to plant spies and leak the situation back and forth before starting the war? Everyone knows the truth. According to this logic, wouldn't it be easy to play a blitzkrieg? Attack whenever you want? How can it be that simple? As for logistics, the resources consumed by the Galaxy Fleet every time it is launched are sky high. Daxia has just had a civil war, and even the head of state is new. A large number of officials have not yet been tried in prison. A lot of new officials are newly promoted officials who are friendly with the Gongsun family and the Ling family. I'm afraid that the internal affairs of this department have not been sorted out, not to mention the adjustment of the national treasury and military resources. As for the troops, most of them were surrendered soldiers, so coordination was a problem, trust was a problem, and morale was a problem. As for the rear, the descendants of the gods had not even had any diplomatic exchanges, and most of the border garrisons were not their own people, and the people were in a panic. Can this war really be fought? The general staff almost collectively advised the marshal, but the marshal, who had always been receptive to advice, had a stern face this time and was not moved at all, always thinking that this was the best opportunity. People thought that the marshal was arrogant, and they sighed with regret. Some people sighed. Yuan Jia was hasty, Feng Langjuxu, and Ying was in a hurry to look north. The marshal seemed to not understand the hints and remained the same. Everyone had no choice but to hope that this battle would cause less losses and let the marshal sober up. During the voyage, in the lounge next to the command cabin, where Ling Moxu and Yan Wu eavesdropped last time, Xia Guixuan and Gongsun Jiu were sitting opposite each other, making tea. Ling Moxu sat next to Xia Guixuan openly, but she didn't show intimacy. If you think that you can act recklessly because of my participation and the absolute power backing you up, then this personal advisor will look down on you. Xia Guixuan slowly distributed tea and said lightly, my target is only the Red Moon mining star, but you are not. Don't think that I will fully cooperate with all your plans, so don't get upset. Do you know that I have other plans? Of course, many people must have seen it. After all, if you only attack a mining star, you don't need to mobilize the entire fleet. Maybe the gains from capturing the mining star cannot make up for this loss, and it will also lead to alerting the enemy, Xia Guixuan said, including me. Most people should be able to see that you want to fight big, but I don't know how big you want to fight, Ling Moxu added. That's why everyone is worried. If you just attack a mining star as a training exercise, it's fine. Since you want to fight big, is the current situation appropriate? Gongsun Jiu laughed. Are you not the ones they invited to persuade me in a roundabout way? Someone secretly looked for Moxu, but no one looked for me. After all, they didn't know me as a staff officer. Xia Guixuan thought about it and suddenly laughed. There was an old general who seemed to know who I was. He said to me very kindly that the young man was good at chess and should do a good job. That was General Yu Gihung. It was he who proposed your joining the general staff. Of course, he paid more attention to you. But he didn't expect that I would let you be a personal staff officer. That was absolutely certain. How could I let you go to the general staff? Personal staff officers don't need to sign in and are only responsible to me, Xia Guixuan sneered. I don't want to be responsible for you. Don't talk nonsense. Gongsun Jiu squinted his eyes and looked at him for a long time, as if he was a little unhappy with his sentence. In the end, he returned to normal, took the teacup and drank a sip slowly. I didn't count the combat power you can cover up. Even I would look down on myself, and I don't want you to look down on me. You know you are my rival in love. Ling Moxu glanced at Xia Guixuan. Xia Guixuan smiled, and it was not easy to respond to this in front of Ling Moxu, just drinking tea. Gongsun Jiu continued, I haven't even calculated Miss Ling's combat power, because Miss Ling is probably following you, Ling Moxu, but I did count the practitioners of the Xiandao sect. They are a useful supplement to the existing special warfare department. Can I use them? You are the marshal, and they are from Daxia, of course. But if you think they can play a big role, it seems you are wrong. No, I just want to confirm with you. Gongsun Jiu slowly got to the point. In fact, this is also the time when Zelt is the weakest. If we take it easy and stabilize for a year or two, Zelt will be different, and then it will be a protracted tug of war, Ling Moxu asked. Because of Zelt's reproductive ability, that's one of the reasons. Everyone knows that the reproduction capacity of the Zelts and the strength of those below level 5 increase at the speed of light. This is the basis for their endless supply and inexhaustible death. Gongsun Jiu's expression became serious, but no matter how fast they reproduce, the losses in the last Annihilation War cannot be made up within a week or two. We have many problems, but they are definitely weaker. This is the best opportunity. If we miss it, we will never find it again. Xia Guixuan was also a little interested. Don't the staff know this? I know, but I just want to be safe. Gongsun Jiu smiled. Everyone has just been promoted. Just enough. Just promoted. haven't enjoyed the authority of promotion for a few minutes. It is the period when the desire to make achievements is the weakest. Human nature is like this. Besides, it is indeed a gamble. Everyone has never entered the Zelt sphere of influence. God knows what it is like inside. It is better to eat into it step by step. Even if it is a tug of war for another 100 years, at least you will not lose. Xia Guixuan nodded. That's one. What about the second? The second is that the dark demon is also weak and dormant. I don't know when it will revive, but obviously, I can't wait for the other party to have taking, and then wait for our Father God to fight. So I don't want you to cover for me. On the contrary, I don't want to be controlled by you. Gongsun Jiayu was helpless. The staff officers really don't know this, and I can't tell them that the other party has taking, which can only shake the morale of the army. So the public sentiment is surging, and I can only let them do it. Xia Guixuan asked curiously, if you take advantage of it to lie dormant and defeat Zelt, what will you do after it comes out? If possible, I must find the location of its dormant crack before it comes out and bombard it. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Gongsun Jiayu's quiet face. I don't believe that the so-called taking is immortal even if it is seriously injured and dormant. Xia Guixuan coughed twice and felt like he had been hit by an arrow in the knee. He couldn't help but defend taking's face. If you fail to deal with it while it is seriously injured, what will you do after it comes out? Gongsun Jiayu sighed. If I don't fight, will it be friendly with us after it comes out? Only if you fight will you have a chance. If you don't fight, it depends on you. Xia Guixuan finally laughed. For a taking, I can't calculate the exact hiding place of its body, so I have to find something to prepare for a decisive battle with it after it recovers. It is unlikely that you will find it in advance. Of course, its ambition is commendable. I think your ambition seems to be more than that. Gongsun Jiayu looked at him quietly. Xia Guixuan said, you want to kill taking early in order to study taking's ability, not just to destroy the enemy when it is weak. Gongsun Jiayu sighed softly. If I don't study taking's ability, do we have to come back and call you for help every time we meet taking in the future? He stood up, walked to the window and looked at the stars outside, whispering to himself, the descendants of gods will eventually have the path of taking, and humans should also have their own way. The last time we cooperated with you, we were able to disintegrate the taking formation, which is a strong proof. It's not to compete with you, but I don't want to believe what Miss Ling thinks. The end point of human evolution is the immortal way, even if taking is right next to me. Xia Guixuan looked at his back. Although there was a sense of different ways, he really felt that it was difficult for him to dislike him. Always offending each other, that's a personal level. Putting aside selfishness, it is because of such people that humans can continue to move forward. It is also one of the most core elements of the civilization observation he has always wanted to do. Let's not talk about things that far ahead. Gongsun Jiayu turned his head and smiled brightly. All our knowledge of the Zelt situation comes from the captives, and we haven't really gone into it in depth. This is an obstacle, but it is also the first step that must be overcome. When they are the weakest, it may be too arrogant not to talk about deciding the outcome in a single battle, but why not ride on horseback and draw this star map yourself? P.S. Thanks to Brother Boris for the 3 alliances, it's awesome. P.S. 2, I recommend the new work steady. Don't wave by the great dance artist. I don't need to introduce it much, right? Chapter 165 Master and Servant. Xia Guixuan did not ask Gongsun Jiayu about the detailed tactical arrangements. It was common sense to attack the surrounding mining stars first, and there would be different strategic responses depending on the different reactions of Zelter. Xia Guixuan and Ling Moxu were not experts in interstellar warfare, so they did not continue to stay, but went directly to the Red Moon mining star. In fact, Xia Guixuan wanted to stay on the battleship to observe how such an interstellar war was fought, but finding materials was more important. After all, he was not here to fully cooperate with Gongsun Jiayu's strategy, nor was he really here to be a subordinate. Gongsun Jiayu needed to consider the positions of the opponent's planets. The first target might not be the Red Moon mining planet that Xia Guixuan wanted to go to. That location was not too marginal and was obviously not suitable as the first target. He could only do his own thing first. Master and Gongsun Jiayu, is this cooperation or mutual benefit? Ling Moxu followed beside him and asked in surprise. She felt that the relationship between Xia Guixuan and Gongsun Jiayu was a bit strange, like an enemy and a friend. It can be considered as cooperation. His war involves the main force of Zelter, so there is no pressure for us to go to the Red Moon mineral star. In addition, I am not only going to the Red Moon mineral star, but also intend to take a trip inside the star field to take a look at this elder civilization. The master is invincible, just go directly. Why do you need his cooperation? He always thinks he is invincible, not cautious at all. The grass on the grave is already 3 feet high. The opposite is a galaxy we have never known. No one knows what strange things are hidden there. Just from the ability they show in offense, it is not the same as the performance of the home defense. It is hard to say whether there is some strange fixed formation. Why are you arrogant? Ling Moxu said solemnly. Yes, Xia Guixuan rubbed her round head of the spacesuit and thought that this outfit was very interesting. The most important thing is, if there is someone to cooperate with, why should I spend more time thinking about it? Ling Moxu smiled. So the master is just lazy. Isn't one of the motivations for human practice to be lazy? Xia Guixuan smiled. For example, if you can achieve the state of no form, you won't need this chubby spacesuit when you walk in the starry sky. Although it is very cute, they were walking in the void of the universe. It was already very remarkable that humans could do this with the help of a spacesuit. Ling Moxu still envied Xia Guixuan's calmness, as if he was strolling in his own backyard. I really don't know when I can cultivate to the same level as the master. You have already embarked on the path of immortality and attach importance to personal improvement, which is different from Guangxin Jiudao. His perspective only considers the conquest of the stars and the sea by warships, but how the human society as a whole progresses and whether the spacesuits can be improved to allow more people to wander in the starry sky, rather than personal practice. Ling Moxu said, the master gave me the Zuinyun sword. Does he want me to lean towards his way? Not really. The Zuinyun sword itself is just an introduction. As for which path to take, there is actually no right or wrong, Xia Guixuan said. Different paths, and we have seen too much? A stone from another mountain can polish a jade. You have cultivated to the level of Kaianun, so naturally you should have a mind that accommodates all rivers and seas. There is no need to blindly reject and rank higher. I said the same thing to your master, my master. Ling Moxu was stunned for a moment before he remembered that it was Shang Xiaoai. He didn't know what expression to use for a moment. Although Shang Xiaoai has been a bit of a liar to you, it is indeed she who laid the foundation for your immortal path. She was the one who helped you with the most crucial foundation building and even soaring clouds. Xia Guixuan sighed. I've seen many planes, some planes with a slightly lower level of power. The foundation building step alone can make countless arduous cultivators suffer. You are already lucky, Ling Moxu said uncertainly. I always feel that the master is deliberately pairing them up to play the master-disciple game. Xia Guixuan, is this the image of me in your mind? Ling Moxu tilted her head and said, she and I have been using each other from the beginning. She would not treat me as a disciple, and I did not treat her as a master. If we really have to talk about master, the master is now my master, although the master does not recognize me. Of course, the master-slave relationship satisfies a man's mind more. Tisk. Xia Guixuan looked around. This place is not suitable for deceiving punishment. Ling Moxu couldn't help laughing. Come to the fore. If I go to the Red Moon Mine Star dressed like this, others will know at a glance that I am a human from the Kanglong Star, right? Is it appropriate for me to follow the master? Xia Guixuan stretched out his hand and pointed. The chubby spacesuit changed its appearance, becoming a thin alloy that fits tightly on the body, emitting a silvery white glimmer. The round helmet became a cool steel helmet, with only a thin layer of light film covering the forehead to form a transparent shield. Ling Moxu looked down and saw that it was actually similar to the human suit, but the aesthetics were slightly different. She didn't know which civilization the texture was from. Anyway, she still thought it was very beautiful. The alloy covered the area that just highlighted the beautiful figure, just like a person who walked out of a comic book. She looked up at Xia Guixuan and wondered if this beautiful steel warrior was one of his hobbies. This is based on the appearance of the Dragon King Guard warrior of Xia Guixuan's family. There are many humanoid races in the universe, and not everyone who sees a human will think that he is a Kanglong Starman, Xia Guixuan said as he changed into a set of gold armor. The color matched Ling Moxu's gold and silver, but it was heavier than Ling Moxu's suit. The strange thing was that there were several tentacle-like ornaments swinging around the waist, and no one knew what they were. Hey, Xia Guixuan said, this set of mine is really a human battle suit. It was dropped by a centipede boss after I killed it in the game. It is said that it was also based on a battle suit style from Zelter. Humans rarely use this kind. Ling Moxu asked with a strange look on his face, what are the tentacles for? Xia Guixuan frowned. Do you want to try it? Ling Moxu turned his head away and stopped talking, feeling a little nervous. This master is getting more and more weird. What if he really wants to try binding me? Hey, Xia Guixuan suddenly said, are you really giving up now? Ling Moxu said, I'm obedient, so the master is bored. In a sense, you can say yes, Xia Guixuan said honestly, my original intention was to observe your growth. Maybe due to my own problems, I went astray. Anyway, if it turns out to be like this, then my observation is over. And it will end with a maid? Ling Moxu was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, Master, have you ever thought that your observation is far from over, huh? Because even I don't know, am I giving up because I can't resist, or am I worshipping the master because of his power, or am I really willing to serve you? Ling Moxu said calmly, Master, have you ever thought that if you fall into the mortal world, let alone kneeling or not, how many people are willing to be ambiguous with you? Xia Guixuan did not feel offended by these words, but nodded with interest. I've thought about it. Ling Moxu pursed her lips. She knew that if Xia Guixuan thought about it, she would be the first one to be passed over. But she heard Xia Guixuan say slowly, it's actually normal. Just as power and money are the best aphrodisiacs, so is strength. What's more, strength is something I cultivated myself, not something I got for free. Just like your Jiangxin and Gongsun Jia you can command warships, it is part of the advantage. Why should we forcibly separate it? Do we have to learn from some hypocritical young masters and say that you just like my money, looking for trouble? Ling Moxu choked and wanted to say that I'm asking about feelings, not the capital to collect female slaves, but thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is nothing wrong with talking about feelings. How can we forcibly remove the strengths and then talk about feelings? Then what is the purpose of learning and cultivating specialties? But asking yourself this way is very confusing. It feels like there is something wrong with the logic again. Just when she thought Xia Guixuan would not give a direct answer, Xia Guixuan said, if I fall into the mortal world, then the first thing I will consider is not who will kneel to me, but how to do everything I can to improve myself. At that time, naturally someone will kneel to me. Because this road, I have walked it before. Sorry, it's late again. There will be extra updates in the evening, around 10 o'clock as usual. Chapter 166 Interstellar Pirate. Ling Moxu said nothing more, strolling in the void, while tilting his head to look at Xia Guixuan's profile. The master had said before that his mind was unstable due to his injury, and she had also felt was swaying. Now the situation seems to have stabilized a lot. The reshaped shape seems to be more and more formed, and at the same time more and more domineering. She had a little understanding. Some people are really detached and indifferent, such as Ling Moxu herself, who really doesn't care much about others. Such people are suitable for the way of detachment and forgetfulness, or even worse, the way of ruthlessness and ruthlessness. Some people are detached and indifferent deliberately, such as Xia Guixuan, who is not such a person, but deliberately detaches himself. In fact, it is not called detachment, but escape. When he found the answer, he no longer escaped, but faced it, faced the past, faced the present, faced emotions, faced ties, and also faced his desires. Control, rule, monopolize, without violation. Different people take different paths, and the correct path proved by others may not be suitable for oneself. So he never said again, I will let you go when the time is right and you will not be a slave girl or something like that, because he just wanted this slave girl, and he had a lot of fun playing with her, so there was no need to say I will let you go hypocritically. This was the time when he began to face his desires. So there is no need to talk about whether there is emotion or not, because we are not in love. He did not say this directly, but Ling Moxu understood. She felt a little sad in her heart. After all, she was just a female slave. Maybe she was not even qualified for dual cultivation, so he had not really wanted her until today. But there was nothing to be sad about. Asking him a question was also asking herself, if he had no power, would she stick with him? No. So she did not like him as a person, she only surrendered to power, and relied on him to give her promotion. Then she surrendered to power and waited for the gift. What was wrong with that? But why, was it really a bit wrong? She felt that she really liked him a little. Kneeling down to serve him was not embarrassing, but rather a voluntary interest. Seeing him with other women, she would be jealous, and would use the license plate and ID card to annoy Yin Xiaoru to imply that he is mine. If he had no power, although she would not continue to stick with him, let alone kneel again, she would definitely not want revenge. If it's revenge, maybe she would consider how to make him serve her in return, let him also have a taste of what it's like to call her master, but she certainly wouldn't abuse him, she would protect him well. Ling Moxu was sure she thought so. But whether this mentality was due to admiration, gratitude or something else, it was hard to say. Xia Guixuan couldn't reflect the chaotic thoughts at this moment. As taking, he had to go through countless twists and turns to recognize his own heart, not to mention that he was just a new swordsman with shallow cultivation, and everything from blood to energy depended on him. Stop, Xia Guixuan suddenly stretched out his hand to stop her, his expression slightly solemn. Do you feel anything? Ling Moxu woke up and looked at the stars in the universe in front of him. She was a little confused for a while, and didn't feel anything special. It seems that this place is not yet in the sphere of influence of Zelter. The specific location is much more difficult to recognize than sailing. In the vast universe, the distance between any two stars is too far, and it is obviously much more difficult to draw boundaries between star fields than to draw boundaries between mainland countries. Therefore, interstellar pirates shuttle between major forces, plunder interstellar merchant ships, and even attack the official fleets of various forces. They come and go without a trace and are difficult to eliminate. Because of this factor, Daxia has few civilian merchant ships going to trade with alien stars. They are basically escorted by warships, and the number of trips is not large, about 1 or 2 trips a year on average. Xia Guixuan has not been out of retreat for a long time and has not seen it yet. Ling Moxu's Ling family does have private ships traveling back and forth, but it is not smuggling. After all, the profit is huge, and capitalists will always risk their lives to open up. But there are also many overturns, and it is difficult to calculate whether it is profitable or not in the end. The Daxia government neither prohibits nor encourages it. Now that the Ling family has become the head of state, they are no longer doing this, and interstellar merchant ships have begun to be transformed into head of state frigates. The most frequent exchanges are still full-time interstellar merchants like Xia Guixuan. They are not just her family, there are many other merchants, and most of them do not go directly to Kanglong Star for trade, but directly collect minerals and energy from the outer mining stars, and collect strange and bizarre magic weapons from the god station in the outer periphery. Their nemesis is the interstellar pirates. Since the birth of interstellar travel, they have been naturally opposed. Seeing Xia Guixuan's serious look, Ling Moxu collected her thoughts and asked in a low voice, do you feel the energy reaction? Well, a little far away, similar to the energy reaction of human warships, approaching rapidly, this kind of place. Ling Moxu looked around, her expression was also very serious, it is very likely to be an interstellar pirate. She paused and apologized, I am a burden to the master, the reason for this is that other people's energy scanning and detection will definitely not detect Xia Guixuan. Only she is hanging in the void of the universe like a dazzling big light bulb, waiting for someone to come and grab it. If it weren't for her burden, Xia Guixuan would have reached the Red Moon Mine Star long ago just by speed. In the early days of Kaianitun, traveling in the universe was indeed a bit reckless. Xia Guixuan didn't care about this. Instead, he smiled with interest and said, it's been so long, I wonder how much the interstellar pirates have improved compared to the early years. Before he finished speaking, a searchlight shot over from a distance. It seemed that there were countless unclear ghosts floating in the distance. Strange frequency bands echoed in the void, gathering into sound. Haha, there are actually 2 male and female lives wandering in the universe. Ha ha ha. It's quite romantic, but it's a pity that the universe is not a park. Ling Moxu couldn't even understand it, and asked in a low voice, what did it say? Xia Guixuan translated it and smiled. Language is nothing more than a tool for communication, but after grasping the essence, it is enough to understand the frequency band ideas, without the need for a specific language. Some interstellar merchants can use technical means to analyze other civilization languages, even animal languages, when their cultivation is still very low. As he spoke, he pointed a finger at Ling Moxu's brow and transmitted a method. This is spiritualism, to help you understand. Our techniques are not worse than theirs. Ling Moxu smiled. Thank you, master, Xia Guixuan said. By the way, aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid when the master is here, Ling Moxu, who had just received a benefit, said flatteringly. People's fear will not disappear because of protection, just like mortals who know that they can't fall down from the railings of a tall building, but still feel terrified when they look down. Xia Guixuan said, if you are not afraid, it's only because of your swordsmanship. Don't belittle yourself, Ling Moxu nodded slightly. In fact, she knew. The swordsmanship must be calm and clear. Fear or anger will only interfere with judgment. If Xia Guixuan was not around, she would definitely find the most appropriate way to escape and calmly deal with all difficulties. And having him around actually gave her the courage to try to be tough. Maybe she could try to practice a little, such as flying swords against battleships? In a few words, the ghost fighters had surrounded the two of them, even blocking them from above and below. You haven't run away yet, and you're still here being affectionate with each other. Your relationship is enviable, but it's a pity that your brains are not very good. The voice was spreading again. Do you really think that two people can handle a fleet? Xia Guixuan laughed. Look, the two of us have nothing, we are just out shopping, there's really no money, and if you stop us, we can't even replenish the energy of the fighter planes. Why bother? The voice laughed. Don't you really know that manpower is the most important resource? Brothers, capture her for me, this woman is delicate and tender. Ling Moxu sneered. As expected, these interstellar pirates have no vision, and only have this kind of thing in their minds. Some idiots like this, they can sell it for a good price. The man is good looking, just to make the brothers happy. Xia Guixuan, Ling Moxu, thank you Brother Chang Zi for joining the alliance. The leader has reached 62. Chapter 167, so this pirate group's structure is different from what I imagined? Seeing Xia Guixuan's face that looked like he had eaten shit, Ling Moxu thought about it for several times and couldn't imagine when her master, who always looked calm and composed, would look so ugly. She felt like she had secretly let out a grudge, and suddenly she wanted to laugh. She couldn't even hate these pirates anymore. This was really tragic. The next moment, the ghost fighter above suddenly lowered a light net, trying to capture the two of them in one fell swoop. Ling Moxu suppressed her smile and summoned her flying sword. She could see the meaning of this light net. Once covered, her energy would be blocked and she would never be able to break free. She would be at the mercy of the other party. As a result, as soon as she unsheathed her sword, she received a message from Xia Guixuan with a stern face. Let them catch me. I want to see who has such good taste. Ling Moxu laughed. This time, let alone whether to fight or not, she didn't have time to make a move just because of this pause. The two of them were covered tightly by the light net. Once the light net touched their bodies, it immediately tightened, binding them tightly together, face to face. Ling Moxu, master still has this game in mind, then it's fine. She herself is completely powerless, let alone casting a spell. I'm afraid she can't even move her fingers. It seems that this is just a toy for the master. Once the mind is relaxed, just shaking it casually is indescribable. Especially in the scene surrounded by enemies, it is even more exciting. It's really broken. Cough. I said I came to practice swordsmanship, how did I practice like this? Just as she was thinking about it, the bottom of the cabin above opened, and the two of them had been captured in the cabin. A group of strange people surrounded them, looking at the two of them and said, so naive, we thought that men and women who dared to take the universe as a garden to stroll must have many skills, but they were caught as soon as they were caught. Ling Moxu barely took a look, but it turned out to be a group of big-headed people, with flat heads and bodies like poles, which looked like mushrooms at first glance. Xia Guixuan was also speechless in his heart. He might have heard of this pirate group. Could it be that the big-headed pirate group mentioned by Xia Guixuan is them? It's quite a coincidence. This big head is not cute, it looks like it can scare ordinary people. Welcome to the Toadstool Pirates, I guess you have a formal name, Toadstool. This is a little more like a formal pirate group. A leading mushroom man took out a syringe with a smile and approached Xia Guixuan with a smile. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt, it just makes you lose strength, then you don't need to use the net to hold you. In fact, what's the good of hugging a woman? You will soon know that men. The light now disappeared. Even the great plundering god said that it was difficult to break free from the immortal rope, just disappeared in full view of everyone. A big hand stretched out from the twinkling stars, fiercely grabbing the hand holding the syringe, and with a bang, the leading mushroom man was thrown to the ground with a huge force that was unable to resist. Xia Guixuan rode on him and beat him up. Do you think men are more interesting? Then I'll help you, the leader screamed. Help, help, leader. A group of mushroom people rushed over as if awakened from a dream, trying to rescue the leader. The sword light in front of them was bright, illuminating the cabin. Ling Moxu coldly protected Xia Guixuan, and the sword light drew a circle around him. Those who trespass will die. In fact, She wanted to laugh. A group of pirates touched their weapons at a loss. As for the battle inside the cabin, although they were not necessarily strong individually, they might not be defeated by the woman if they fired together with their sharp weapons. However, the captain was grabbed and beaten without any ability to fight back. How could they fight back? The cabin was silent, with only the screams of the captain being beaten echoing pitifully. After a pause of a second, a sharp voice suddenly shouted, "Kill her!" Bang! There was a flash of fire from the muzzle on the right. Someone was anxious. "First mate, don't. Are you going to kill the captain?" The pirates split. Ling Moxu pointed his long sword to the right. The tip of the sword hit the bullet head, and the scene seemed to freeze. A group of pirates were stunned. But it seemed that freezing was not true freezing. The fire trail behind the bullet had not dissipated yet. A ray of swordlight penetrated through the tiny bullet and overlapped with the trail, as if the bullet had turned around. With a scream, a mushroom man's head burst into green blood and fell to the ground with a thud. The mushroom man stared at the corpse blankly, muttering, First mate," Ling Moxu said indifferently, another ambitious person who tried to take advantage of the opportunity to replace the captain. His brain is not very good. Why is it that no matter where he goes, this kind of thing is always inevitable? Xia Guixuan stopped beating people over there. The captain turned his head to look at the corpse of the first mate not far away. His confused eyes turned fierce and he shouted hysterically, "Cut his men for me. Chop them." A civil war soon broke out in the cabin, and the mushroom men started fighting each other. Even the other fighters outside the flagship started fighting each other, and it was a mess. Xia Guixuan grabbed the chair with a smile, sat with his arms folded, and watched the show. Ling Moxu stood quietly beside him with a sword. The leader of the mushroom people bowed timidly in front of him and said, "Dear guest, we are blind and offended you accidentally. I hope you will not bear grudges." Xia Guixuan smiled, "Just let it go with this sentence." The leader thought to himself, "You are going to beat me to death, what else do you want?" Of course, he didn't dare to say so, and smiled, "We are willing to pay a generous compensation." "Why do I need your compensation?" Xia Guixuan said with a smile. "I want you." The leader was overjoyed. Yes, Xia Guixuan." Ling Moxu burst out laughing. Xia Guixuan gritted his teeth and said, "What I said is, be my servant." Ling Moxu glanced at him and saw that he wanted to say slave, but changed his words when he was about to say it. It seemed that he didn't want her, Ling Moxu, to feel the same as these people, so he deliberately made a distinction. It sounded like servants were 1,000 times better than slaves, but Ling Moxu still smiled slightly. In the chaos, the dust settled down in the pirates' internal strife. The pirate fleet found a celestial body to temporarily stop and reorganize. In the main ship, a group of mushrooms knelt down, sweating profusely and not daring to breathe. Who would have thought that when they robbed 2 passers-by, they would actually run into God? It was also my own fault for being stupid. Would ordinary people dare to walk in the starry sky like this? Would they dare without some skills? Now it was too late to regret. The leader didn't even know whether to regret or thank the god for intervening and exposing the traitor's ambition. It stands to reason that such a god would not be full and have to serve these servants for a long time. Most of them were temporarily ordered to do something, and they would be free after completing it. It bowed its head very cleverly and said, "The toxic fungus pirates worship the gods. I am the leader Maya. I wonder if the master can tell me the name of the god." Xia Guixuan smiled, "I don't have a priesthood, let alone self-proclaimed." "You don't call me master, just call me sir." "You don't call me master." Ling Moxu's smile spread more and more. Yes. Maya looked up carefully. "I wonder what you want us to do, sir," Xia Guixuan said. "I feel that your big head. Toxic fungus pirates should be a relatively strong force. Why do you feel like a makeshift team when you meet them this time? People's cultivation is another matter. Looking at the few ships, could it be a detachment? But you are the leader," Maya said helplessly. 7 days ago, I don't know who pretended to be our pirate group and participated in the war between Zelt and Kanglong Star. Afterwards, the Zelt people retaliated crazily, and my fleet of more than 100 warships was beaten down to only a dozen ships. Chapter 168. No wonder the guide looks so weak. Xia Guixuan had deliberately chosen to disguise them before, and it was obvious that she had hatred for them. Those who were worthy of being hated by an ancient interstellar merchant family like Xia Guixuan must be a powerful pirate group. Even if they were not pirate overlords, they should be the kind that roamed the starry sea with heads raining down. It turned out that Xia Guixuan's casual trap was effective, and the group was almost wiped out by Zelter's tragic revenge. This is understandable. No matter how strong the pirate group is, it is impossible to challenge a galaxy force head-on. Just like the Big Head pirate group had only more than 100 core warships at its peak, and other secondary frigates and so on could add up to thousands, which was considered very strong, but Xia directly dispatched tens of thousands of warships of various levels and countless ghost fighters in a counterattack to lure the enemy. No matter how great the losses of Zelter were, they would not be just this little bit of water. Once blocked, it would be normal for him to be crippled. The key is that under normal circumstances, the pirate group cannot be blocked. The configuration of the pirate group's warships is often focused on concealment and mobility. They come and go without a trace. Who can stop them? It's quite miserable, Xia Guixuan said calmly. I heard that the Zelts had their main army annihilated, but they were still able to launch such a cruel revenge on you. It seems that they are worthy of being an ancient galactic civilization and are quite strong. Bah, they are not strong at all, Maya swore, and soon slapped his mouth carefully. Sir, I didn't target you. Xia Guixuan did not comment. Go on. They took advantage of the pirate trade meeting and instructed several pirate groups to launch a surprise attack on us, so we were defeated, Maya said bitterly. I don't know how many of those pirate groups are wild dogs who were persuaded, and how many are outright Zelts. Xia Guixuan looked at Ling Moxu, who nodded slightly and transmitted his thoughts. The Zelts may have official pirates disguised as pirates to plunder the starfield. This is something everyone has speculated before. In fact, we and Xia are not naive. We have also tried to use the official fleet to disguise as pirates, but after all, our foundation is shallow. Each industry has its own rules. We can never find a way to get into the circle. Instead, we are excluded and targeted. We lose strength for nothing and can only give up. Sure enough, there is nothing good between countries. The more bad a country is to the outside world, it is actually a good thing. From another perspective, Zelt is indeed weak now. It can only rely on peripheral pirate groups to retaliate for such things, and it has not been well coordinated, allowing the main force of Maya's flagship to escape. No wonder Maya said strong ass. Maya said with some sadness, the first mate has been my brother for many years. If he hadn't seen me in such a desperate situation, he wouldn't have rebelled. It's true that a person's true character is revealed in times of adversity. Xia Guixuan pondered for a moment and asked, this area is relatively close to the Zelter sphere of influence. You still dare to hang around here? Why not? Maya's eyes could not hide the ferocity. The Red Moon mining star is a few light years ahead. I'll be patrolling this area and waiting to see who goes to the Red Moon mining star to trade. I'll intercept them all. Ah, sir, I'm not talking about you. Xia Guixuan blinked and suddenly asked, do you know the Red Moon mining star very well? Maya smiled and said, of course we interstellar pirates have our own familiar routes. This is the one I'm most familiar with. I've also disguised myself as a businessman to purchase from the mining star. I even know the people there. Can you disguise yourself with this brain? We have our own technology. We usually disguise ourselves as the Xiong family of the Dragon Clan in the Little Mushroom Star domain. We all have some connection. Xia Guixuan, could it be that you disguise yourself to you soon not out of hatred, but revenge? Xia Guixuan snapped his fingers. Very good. From now on I will be the merchant who goes to the Red Moon mining star to purchase ore, and you are my housekeeper, Moe. Moe felt that entering the Zelter range at this time was simply a meat bun hitting a dog. They were wanted, and it was fine to just hit them from the periphery, but you actually went to their mining star without hesitation. It was a pity that the god wanted the slaves to do anything, and the slaves obviously had no right to resist. Moe could only be clever and try to delay. Well, we just fought a wave of civil war, and some ships were damaged and needed to be repaired. In addition, it takes time to disguise as a merchant ship. I thought the god would be unhappy, but he followed suit. It doesn't matter, take your time, I have plenty of time. Moe wanted to cry but had no tears. Xia Guixuan really didn't plan to rush there. In fact, at this moment, his interest in this pirate group was not much less than that in the mining star. Ling Moxu followed him, watching him strolling around the fleet, like a local tycoon inspecting his harvest, his eyes full of interest. Maya hung his head and introduced behind him, his eyes rolling, and no one knew what evil he was planning. Ling Moxu knew that the master didn't care about its evil at all, just like he didn't care about her struggles at the beginning. I don't know why the master can still maintain his interest in many things after such a long life. It is very likely that this is the motivation for progress, and it is also the boring fun in a life that is too long. She can now vaguely understand that she is Kainigan after all. But she herself has not reached this time, and she should focus on the sword for now. Always remember that she came out this time for experience. But I always feel it is difficult, because my heart is not on the sword, but always on him, watching his every move, listening to his every word. Then tell yourself that this is to comprehend the way of taking. As for whether it is, Ling Moxa doesn't know. This is our flagship Toxicanthus number 1, Maya was introducing. It is equipped with Type II armor-piercing cannons and disintegrating X-rays. The load capacity is, no Star Destroyer? Is it because of insufficient technology? Well, no. We are interstellar pirates. We only need to penetrate the opponent's shipboard. The energy of the Star Destroyer is a bit of a waste for us. Maya smiled apologetically. Technically, to carry that kind of high-energy cannon, it is not just an attack port that is required, but a complete set of fusion energy equipment, which may drag down our maneuverability, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. Therefore, different warships carry different things, and even different materials, for different military purposes. Then your main technology is used to carry more cargo and make it lighter, almost. In fact, it mainly uses space technology, and other powers are secondary. Maya pointed to other warships around. It's a pity that there are only a dozen core combat ships left, and many mobile frigates are gone, so there are even fewer tactics to play. Damn Zelt dogs, Xia Guixuan smiled. Wait until you take back Zelt and rearm with their things. That's right. Maya was happy and said viciously, now these dogs are very weak, and Kanglong Star has set out again. I don't believe there will be no chance for me to take advantage of the situation, Xia Guixuan said. Does Zelter have no other friendly starfield forces? Not sure. I'm afraid there are very few, Maya said. We don't know about the more distant starfields. In this area, Zelter is actually the overlord of this star system. Some small civilizations around it either surrendered or perished. Kanglong Star has held on for 250 years, probably because they are relatively remote. Xia Guixuan nodded. Of course it is remote. Kanglong Star is originally a very inconspicuous remote planet. If it is a place closer to any interstellar civilization, he would not choose to retreat there. In fact, the core area of Zelter is at least tens of thousands of light years away from Kanglong Star. God knows how they found it and fought for so long. Maya sighed to herself. The Blue Dragon Star has been guarding for 250 years, which doesn't feel that long. It's just a blink of an eye in the universe. If nothing unexpected happens, we think the final winner will still be the Zelter. After all, their recovery ability is simply divine. The most I can do is take advantage of the situation. After getting this vote, I can go to the star field to live. Even as he spoke, he still had a bitter tone that said I didn't want to pretend to be a merchant to show off to Zelter. Xia Guixuan was unmoved. How do you disguise yourself? Maya sighed helplessly and pointed to Hatch. This is our camouflage device peripheral. Activate the device and you can turn into an ordinary merchant ship at any time. The peripheral device is to deceive the scan. Does the mining star have this kind of scan? Not only the mining planet itself, but there are more garrison planets on the periphery, Maya explained. Generally speaking, no matter which force, it is impossible to equip all the mining planets outside with powerful troops, but basically there will be a few garrison planets outside as depth, with artillery defenses that integrate detection, scanning and attack. Our main purpose is to deceive these, and it is not easy to deceive. The Red Moon mining planet is a relatively important mining planet in Zelter, with a strong garrison. Ling Moxu felt that it was too miserable, and every word was saying that he didn't want to go, but unfortunately the master didn't pay any attention to it. Seeing that Xia Guixuan was still unmoved, Maya continued to deepen the danger ahead. The defense line formed by the rays of these garrison planets is considered to be within the real sphere of influence. A little deeper, there will be many artificial black holes, traps everywhere, and the kind that can destroy a fleet at any time. We dare not enter. Xia Guixuan smiled slightly, and Maya was really about to cry. You really want to go deeper? What Xia Guixuan thought about most at this time was not this, but the interstellar war. There are indeed many ways to fight a war. It is not just a matter of sending a team of warships to bombard the enemy. If you really think that way, you will definitely be trapped and unable to return, just like the last time the Zelts were lured deep into the enemy's territory and annihilated. It is interesting to think about it. I wanted to learn about interstellar wars from Gongsun Jiu several times, but I didn't ask in the end. Instead, I accidentally ran into a group of pirates and began to learn about it from the side. Maybe it's because I always have some grudges against Gongsun Jiu. It seems that my temperament is getting worse and worse. Even if I rob a woman, I am the winner, and I should show the winner's temperament to the loser, but I still feel a little bit resentful. I have become petty. I don't know if it is good or bad. I have laid the groundwork for the interstellar scope, but I didn't add it tonight. I will polish it carefully. Chapter 169 Red Moon Mine Star Facts have proved that the peripheral detection and scanning that Maya boasted was so difficult was not that difficult at all. The pirate group disguised as merchant ships successfully avoided the outer defense stars, went deep into the depths, and approached the Red Moon Mine Star. Xia Guixuan paid attention to the so-called defense star protection along the way. The huge golden turrets that occupied the entire celestial body were distributed throughout the star field. Above the turrets, huge eyes were opened, quietly watching the passing void, as if the concentration of God. It can be imagined that if there is anything wrong, the eyes will not shoot out detection, but destruction. The specific power is not known for the time being, but it is definitely not a problem to destroy an ordinary warship. In addition to the turrets, the natural defense network organized by using void rifts and various natural black holes is even more unfathomable. So attack and defense are indeed not the same thing. The Donglan star field of Kanglong star also has similar strategic depth and fortifications, combining human fortifications and the array protection of the descendants of gods. The last time Zelter attacked, it took a lot of time to destroy the fortifications, resulting in being blocked by Gongsun Jiu. Maya was not exaggerating the difficulty, but it was indeed too familiar with this place. It was unknown how many times it had been here, and it knew everything. Squeak. The merchant ship landed at a fixed location on the Red Moon Mine Star, and there were incomprehensible light instructions in front. Maya explained directly, it must land at a fixed location, otherwise it will be regarded as an invasion. Xia Guixuan nodded, and soon saw people gathered around. Where did the merchant ship come from? This time Maya did not pretend to be family, and changed his identity and said, we are the Big Bird Caravan from the Battle Axe Star. We have been here several times before, purchasing red spot iron ore and red fire copper. Open the cabin and accept inspection. The cabin door opened quickly, and Xia Guixuan took Ling Moxu out of the cabin first. Maya followed behind with a group of people, nodding and bowing, just like a rich young man with a female companion, with a butler and guards behind him. But the other party was not in human form. A creature as majestic as a hill, covered with fur, with long tails on its limbs, a human-like upper body, a bloody mouth, and fangs as thick as a human. If Shangzhao is a beautiful centaur, this creature is probably an ugly mammoth man? It doesn't have such a long nose, so I don't know what kind of creature it is. As expected, the appearance of a creature depends entirely on the aesthetic taste of the creator. Xia Guixuan put his hands in his pockets. Ling Moxu was tense. She found that the other party was very strong. She didn't know how the other party's level was divided, but it felt that he was on par with her. She would have to fight to know the details. And such a strong man was just the captain of the immigration inspection team. The mammoth man's voice was like thunder. We are fighting with the green worm people. The transaction is temporarily closed. Go back quickly. What the hell is the green worm people? Xia Guixuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, Gongsun Jiu's expedition this time was very abrupt, and Daxia itself didn't expect it. As a result, not only did Maya and other people who were wandering outside notice it, but even Zelter knew about it. Was Gongsun Jiu's blitzkrieg a complete failure? Maya wanted to take advantage of the situation and run away. Sir, you'd better go back, Xia Guixuan sneered and said, I accepted you as a servant because I think you are still valuable. Otherwise, based on the offense of arresting the two of us before, am I keeping you because you are handsome? You can go back, but how about I rub your head into human shape before going back? Will he still be alive? Maya's face turned green, and he hurriedly said, Sir, don't worry, I am valuable. Valuable? He quickly trotted over and secretly stuffed something into the mammoth man. General Zark, we are a merchant ship that often comes to collect ore. We have nothing to do with the green worm people. We are trustworthy merchants. The mammoth man took the things and showed an angry expression. Ling Moxu subconsciously wanted to grasp the hilt of the sword. But the mammoth man waved his hand. Go directly to the storage area. Don't run around. It turned out that the expression just now was a smile. Maya sighed and trotted back. Sir, you can go through now. The so-called go directly to the storage area is actually a bunch of bullshit, because there is no one escorting on the road, and there are no other sentries along the way, so you can run wherever you want. The group walked slowly forward, and Maya introduced in a low voice, because these marginal mining stars often have various parties collecting minerals for trade, they are too used to it, and the mining stars are not considered part of the frontline defense line, and there are no military secrets, so what can others do if they come to visit? The garrison is only used to protect the mines, and it actually has nothing to do with the war on Kanglong Star. It said that kind of thing purely to solicit bribes? Ling Moxo asked in a low voice. Do they really know that Kanglong Star has set out? Maya shook his head. It stands to reason that they don't know yet. The war he refers to should still be the Donglan War a few days ago, which was even more of a bribe. Then how do you know? You said before that you wanted to take advantage of the fire to rob or something, because I saw you. Xia Guixuan couldn't help but glance at him. This guy seems to be a talent. Ling Moxu also thought that this guy was a talent, but whether he was a talent or not was none of her business. She was more interested in the territory of Zelter and had been observing it. The Red Moon Mine Star, as its name suggests, has a red moon above it. When everyone came here just now, they did not go in the direction of the moon, and they did not know what the moon was like. It might not even be the moon. Because not every planet in the universe has a sun and a moon. Some planets are very close to several stars, and you can see several suns on that planet. If it is very far away from the stars, there is no sun on that planet, at most there are only brighter stars, and naturally there is no moon reflecting sunlight. This is the case with the Red Moon Mine Star. It is very far away from the star, and the moon above is probably other special celestial bodies that are self-luminous, bringing dark red light to this originally dark planet. The whole planet seems to be shrouded in blood, depressing and desolate. The ground of the planet is also dark red, like blood solidified on the land after a long time, died into Dangsha. In fact, there is a kind of depressing beauty. Such a planet means that it is not suitable for the birth of life, and it is even uninhabitable. But it does not prevent it from having many special minerals, and even the star itself is a huge mineral that can be mined by a civilization for tens of thousands of years. Not long after walking, I saw someone digging on the mountain, in full swing. Xia Guixuan stopped and looked, frowning slightly. I originally thought that the miners should be robots, and intelligent life should be doing management. But here, only about half of the miners are robots for auxiliary functions, and the vast majority are actually life. There are all kinds of life, in all forms, including humans and gods. It is not surprising in theory. There are always prisoners in a long war, and it turns out that they are mining here. Ling Moxa couldn't figure it out. The level of galaxy civilization, mining is already completely robot construction on Kanglong Star, and the value of human resources is far from this kind of labor. It stands to reason that Zelt's civilization should be slightly higher than Kanglong Star, so why are they still using manual mining? If they don't wear special protective clothing, they can hardly survive, let alone work. Xia Guixuan looked up at the dark red moon in the sky and whispered, "There is something wrong with this mining planet, it's a little short. Recommend a new book, My Body is Super Strong, a game and otherworldly type." The protagonist Yin Xiaoru is a macho man who has trained his body to the extreme, so when he looks at his dozen beautiful girlfriends, he can't help but sigh, it's not enough. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. There are always some things. Xia Guixuan could feel that the red moon above and the mining star below were vaguely connected. They did not seem to be separated and formed by regular trajectories. As for the specific connection, he did not release his divine sense to detect it for the time being, so as not to alert the enemy. There is a management office next to this mining area. There are a lot of raw ore piled up in the back. The miners are transporting the raw ore into the warehouse mechanically with dumb faces. It's really weird. There is not even an automated transport conveyor belt. Maybe it is not even as good as the technology of Daksha 200 years ago? There is a strange creature sitting in the management office. It seems that its body is floating in the air. There is a strange electric current running through its body, and its facial features are all composed of electric current. The Kanglong Star people are not unfamiliar with the warriors of the Zelt Energy Temple. I don't know how many warriors have died under their energy storms. Ling Moxu even killed one with his own hands when he participated in the battle last time. What Xia Guixuan finds most offensive about this civilization is that the Energy Temple, the Dark Archon he saw before, the Mammoth Man outside, and the Scorpion he saw before, these should clearly belong to different civilizations, going in opposite directions, but they are the same force. It is very likely that they were different civilizations a long time ago, and now who has conquered who has merged into one civilization? According to the measurement unit commonly used by the Interstellar Trade Alliance, one just red spot iron ore is worth 3,500 Ves pure energy crystals, and one just red fire copper is worth 5,000 Ves pure energy crystals. A caravan can only purchase a maximum of 3,000 Gis each. You know the old rules. We only have the right to freely dispose of a part of the production of the mining star, and the rest needs to be delivered for our own use. The warrior of the Energy Temple did not even raise his eyelids, and lazily said the words he had repeated countless times. Xia Guixuan transmitted the message to Maya. What are the approximate equivalents of Gis and Ves in terms of Kanglong star measurement? One Gis is about 80 tons, and one Ves is more than 800 grams, roughly. Pure energy crystal is the currency, has no face value, and is measured by weight. It is also an ore, the kind that holds its value the most. Xia Guixuan nodded and asked directly, it is said that a small amount of Jiuxuan star steel is also produced here. The Atomic Energy Temple warrior raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Scarce controlled items, not for sale. I wonder why you caravans always like to try and test these things. The rules are clearly written. Xia Guixuan directly turned into a huge pure energy crystal and stuffed it in. Be flexible. It was too late for Maya to stop him. He watched the lazy Atomic Energy Temple warrior change his face, electricity flashing in his eyes, and slammed the table and stood up. Are you insulting my faith in my emperor? Hey. Maya hurriedly inserted herself between the two of them. This is the first time my master has gone out to do business. He doesn't know the rules of various places. General, don't worry. Xia Guixuan and Ling Moxu looked at each other in astonishment. The mammoth was just accepting bribes. But the warehouse manager here looked so upright. In this remote mining planet, who wouldn't have their hands stained with oil? Otherwise, why would they come to this remote place? Talking about faith? Ling Moxu found the fun of observing other civilizations for the first time, which was indeed quite interesting. Maya was still smiling at the warehouse manager, and the warehouse manager's stern face slowly relaxed. Just as he was about to say something, a scream suddenly came from outside. Xia Guixuan turned his head and saw a skinny goblin-like creature that seemed to be unable to carry the ore and fell to the ground. The warehouse manager turned a blind eye, and even the mammoth supervisor was too lazy to pay attention, but the other miners showed fear in their eyes. Soon, the goblin was seen rolling and screaming on the ground, his flesh and blood bursting, blood gushing out, seeping into the bloody earth, and the dark red of the ground became slightly brighter, as if there was a slight fluorescence. The goblin's body began to hunch and deform, then burst open, and several bugs crawled out of its body. The bugs quickly devoured its flesh and blood, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into a large group of half-human high-alien creatures, while making a strange ho-ho laugh. Maya whispered as if nothing had happened, Zelt's parasitic fission. These protozoa parasitize other life forms and absorb blood, flesh and nutrients, break out of the ground when the time is right, and will continue to evolve into different types of soldiers. Ling Moxu took a breath. Is this the source of the Zelt's rapid reproduction? How come I heard that it was self-fission? But that's not the case. There is self-fission and parasitic fission. The Zelt captives basically all have this fate in the end. Ling Moxu's face looked ugly. So the captives don't need to be used for other purposes. They can just be the lowest level laborers to ensure the activity of their flesh and blood. This is the reason why artificial mining is used here, right? Have you finished talking? The warehouse manager of the Atomic Energy Temple said coldly. Young men and women who have just gone out, don't be too curious. Just trade and leave after buying the ore. Maya shrank back and smiled apologetically. That's good, that's good. We want 100 guises for the erythropic iron and 200 for the red-skinned fire copper. Cash payment. The warehouse manager looked better. You are quite powerful, with so many pure energy crystals. Maya smiled and said, it's rare for you to come out once, of course. In fact, If the general is willing to sell a little bit of 9 mysterious star steel, we can double the payment." The warehouse manager sneered. "Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by us? We even captured you to be miners. Why is Maya afraid to come here?" Of course, this is what he fears the most. In general, it won't happen, because Zelter still needs foreign trade sources. Other products and energy flows in distant star regions are not strong enough to have everything they want, so they need trade. If it is not a special case, interstellar merchants will not be embarrassed. But ordinary people will be afraid. What if this barbaric civilization stops talking to you? Maya complained in his heart, but laughed. The great spiritual priest is of course the benchmark of cosmic civilization. The warehouse manager's sneer turned into a smile, and he nodded and said, "To be honest, Xia Guixuan star steel is extremely scarce. The old ones have been transported away long ago, and the new ones have not been mined. And you know the difficulty of mining. It is very likely that a piece will not appear for decades. It is useless to keep testing this mining difficulty." Xia Guixuan and Ling Moxu's divine consciousness both saw the mining area farther away. It was unknown how many kilometers underground. The environment was as harsh as a dead place. There were no monsters below, or in other words, everyone was a monster reserve. Strange laughter broke out in the mine at any time, and from time to time, protozoa broke out of the well and sank into the armament area in the distance. The army of the Red Moon mine star was self-produced and self-sold. This mining star is basically a meat grinder. It is unknown whether it is minerals or life that are mined. The Zelt management and foreign merchants all looked indifferent and accustomed to it. Even the miners themselves seemed to have long accepted such a fate, living numbly, waiting for the moment when they would become nutrients for monsters. The indifferent people include Xia Guixuan and Ling Moxu herself. Ling Moxu had grasped the hilt of the sword without knowing when, and her hand was trembling slightly. Wearing the Zuinyun sword, was she looking at this indifferently? If the goblins and other alien creatures didn't care, then what about the humans and the descendants of gods here? He was also observing, didn't he care? Ling Moxu turned her head to look at Xia Guixuan's profile, but Xia Guixuan was looking at the red moon in the sky, as if there were some flowers there. Ling Moxu's lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but didn't dare to say it. Xia Guixuan seemed to have sensed something and smiled slightly. "Can't watch it anymore." Ling Moxu didn't speak. She knew that she couldn't do anything by herself. If she had to do something, would it be considered relying on the power of the master, and destroying the master's observation and material acquisition plan on her own initiative, and putting the master in danger? What would the master do? Suddenly, a human man slipped in the distance. Clang! Ling Moxu couldn't hold back at all, and subconsciously drew half of the long sword out of the sheath. The warehouse manager of the energy temple was arguing with Maya, and suddenly his expression changed. "What are you doing?" Ling Moxu also thought to herself that it was bad, and looked at Xia Guixuan nervously, and was about to say something to smooth things over. But Xia Guixuan seemed to have finally recovered his thoughts from the red moon, rubbed her head, and smiled. "There are always some things that don't need to ask about the pros and cons. If you want to do it, just do it, and all the consequences. I will take care of it." Chapter 171, Sword Moves Mountains and Rivers. Ling Moxu didn't know what his mood was at the moment. He was very confused. Obviously, it was not something that he would do to save others by putting himself in trouble, but he was so impulsive at the moment. And everyone's exploration of the Red Moon mine star was just halfway through, and the master's plan to continue to stroll in the star field had not even started. All this would be aborted because of his nonsense, but he didn't care. Instead, he smiled and touched his head. "Do it if you want to. I'll take care of everything." Time was running out, and Ling Moxu didn't even have time to sort out the chaotic thoughts in her heart. The sword energy immediately swung around her fingers, piercing through the slippery human man's clothes on his back, nailing him to the rock next to him, and he didn't fall to the ground. Ling Moxu didn't know if this obstruction was useful. She didn't know the principle of the other party being fissioned when he fell down. Maybe it was a blow injury? Anyway, as soon as the sword light came out, she had already dodged and was ready at any time. Sure enough, a mammoth supervisor rushed over and said, "Who is making trouble?" At the same time, the warehouse manager of the energy temple also stretched out his hand angrily, and the overwhelming electric current intertwined in the air, blocking all the space in the management office. Maya's face turned green. Just a few people and a few ships, making trouble on a mining planet with garrisons. Do you really not want to go out? It threw out a needle-shaped object at high speed, and the current in the room was actually gathered by the needle. Maya took the opportunity to run outside. No matter what got worse, it seems that the brain is not working well. Let's go back to the warship first. As soon as he took a step, he was grabbed by the collar. Turning around, Xia Guixuan smiled and said, "What's the hurry? There is still a place where you can be used. Now I don't want to use you anymore." Maya wanted to cry but had no tears. But suddenly, he saw Xia Guixuan's other hand tapping the forehead of the warrior of the Atomic Energy Temple. At some point, the other party stood there stupidly, his body flickering. Self-discipline, self-denial, sincere faith, and the use of energy to practice, disintegrate matter and mind, and manifest externally as electrical energy. Xia Guixuan muttered to himself, and whispered, "This is a very high-level civilization, an excellent system." Moya looked at him stupidly. "You really don't know that this is their entire planet, with garrisons, and it's not a one-on-one duel, sir." Xia Guixuan still looked up at the moon. "I know." Moya didn't know whether to be angry or amused. "You are still looking at the moon. Your female companion is surrounded." Xia Guixuan knew everything without looking outside, and he was in his mind. The mammoth man, like a hill, was holding a long spear and charging towards Ling Moxu, and on the way back, the entry-exit security general Zark also rushed over with some guards. The huge mammoth man stepped on the ground, and the ground shook like an earthquake. The oppressive feeling of the overwhelming force and the incomparable and superior power alone could make ordinary lives tremble, and they didn't even have the consciousness to resist. The miners nearby all squatted in the corner, trembling with their heads in their hands, with an expression that was not sure whether it was expectation or indifference. They watched Ling Moxu's silver armor and long sword protecting the human miners. Her long hair shone through her silver helmet, moving without wind and slightly drifting. Her eyes had changed from being slightly confused at the beginning to being cold and firm. There was no reason to save people, know what to do if things went wrong, know what the master would do. The only thing reflected in her cold eyes was the long spear of the mammoth man in front of her. The sword heart reflected the energy reaction approaching from the surroundings, who was strong and who was weak, who would come first and who would come later, the weak points of energy, and where the flaws were. Clang, the silver light flew and the sword energy penetrated the air. It illuminated the dark red mind star, like a comet cutting through the night, and even the dark red color all over the field faded, and the mind was reflected in the sword light. The wind and clouds moved with the sword. The mammoth man's spear broke into pieces, an array of sword energy broke through its protective energy, broke through its steel-like outer skin, pierced through its forehead, and went straight into its body. The sword light flashed in its body, and the mammoth man let out an earth-shattering roar, and its entire body was torn into pieces. Ling Moxu didn't look, but turned around and swung another sword. The guards led by Zark behind him were attacking at this time, but suddenly found that the ice crystals in the sky blocked the mountains and rivers. They were unstable and their bodies were hindered from moving. The simultaneous charge of several mammoth guards suddenly became chaotic, with a sequence and weaknesses that could be broken one by one. One sword locked the mountains and rivers. Only the strongest Zark roared and broke through the glaciers. Another sword light was facing him, as cold as a soul. Maya was stunned. This delicate woman was so strong. Where did such a strong power come from in that delicate body? Even if it thought that only men could be happy, at this moment it felt that this woman was incomparably beautiful. It's just a little stupid. Can she really win? But sir, Zark is very powerful. She can't kill him in 1 second. She is outnumbered and will definitely lose if she continues. Why don't you help? Xia Guixuan said. This is her experience. If she wants me to do this, she will be useless from now on. Look, how beautiful she is now. Isn't she much more beautiful than when she stood behind me and called me master? Maya was so angry that she laughed. Forget it. Forget it. You left her to fight alone, and then you said that you will be responsible for all the consequences. Of course. Xia Guixuan looked at it strangely. There are garrisons here, didn't you say so? Before he finished speaking, the ground shook in the distance, and the rumbling sound of armored fighters spread throughout the air. The vast army on the ground surged on the horizon in the distance, like the rising tide of the sea, an unstoppable raging wave. It was really an alarm in the mining area. The army was coming. Maya tried to run, but she couldn't run at all. In despair, her legs became like wheels and she couldn't even take a step. Then she found out, the enemy's army was the same. Just like the tide trying to reach the shore, then retreating, emerging, and retreating again, just like rewinding a movie. The army that could crush an asteroid was played with by him like playing with ants. This was a dimensionality reduction attack, not a war at all. Maya fell completely silent. The restrained warehouse manager of the energy temple whispered, the terrifying space-cutting and time-playing. Your Excellency is actually a high-level god. Xia Guixuan glanced at him. A high-level god came to a small mining star. I'm afraid it's not for ore, or even the so-called 9 mysterious star steel. You are here to observe Zelt, the warehouse manager laughed, but many people who think they are gods don't understand why Zelt is the overlord of this star system. The changes here have been transmitted to our god-slaying priest group by the detection light tower. I hope your Excellency can handle it. Xia Guixuan just smiled slightly. He didn't care whether he killed gods or not. You don't know that your souls have been infected by the dark demon, but you are killing gods here. It's a pity that this impulsive act has alarmed the snake, which is not conducive to continuing to observe inward. Just as he was thinking this, an alarm suddenly sounded in the star field. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Kanglong Star Galaxy Fleet raided the Slorge Energy Base. The Kanglong Star Galaxy Fleet raided the Slorge Energy Base. The Photon Tower has been destroyed, and the enemy has launched a landing operation. The warehouse keeper looked extremely shocked. How could it be? It's only been a few days, and the humans on Kanglong Star dared to take the initiative to attack? Do they want to die? Xia Guixuan looked at him with interest for a long while, and said with a smile, your important energy base has been raided. Now do you have any god-killing priest group who have the time to come and see such a small mining star? The warehouse keeper looked dejected. Are you a god of the Kanglong Star people? Xia Guixuan did not answer this, but said, I think you are a high-level bishop yourself, and it is impossible for you to be a small warehouse keeper. The warehouse keeper shut up. Xia Guixuan's expression slightly changed. You can actually communicate with the surrounding celestial artillery secretly and try to self-destruct. As the voice sounded, all the celestial defense light cannons around the Red Moon Mine Star, the eyes of the gods that were originally used for observation suddenly became bright, and countless huge beams of light shot towards the Mine Star at the same time, as if to destroy the entire planet together. The warehouse manager looked calm, as if he didn't know that he was going to die too. Maya covered his head, and couldn't figure it out. Just pretending to be a caravan to buy a mine, how could it become a doomsday situation where he and the planet would perish together? Xia Guixuan suddenly disappeared. His figure with fluttering sleeves appeared in the void, thousands of light cannons slowed down, countless celestial bodies moved, and surrounded him endlessly, just like dragging the beautiful galaxy with both hands, using the galaxy as a ribbon, spinning and waving in the void. The energy that destroyed the world did not miss even a trace of the Mine Star. The galaxy converged into a point, like a star-like ball of light. Xia Guixuan looked at Huangyu again, and tossed the star energy ball in his hand like a ball. Try this ball energy. What kind of damage can it do to you? Boom! The star was thrown and hit Huangyu. And the universe was so bright that it couldn't open its eyes. P.S. Double monthly tickets have arrived. Please vote. Chapter 172. Reversing the universe. Xia Guixuan regarded the three armies as ants and the galaxy as ribbons. His terrifying performance intimidated all the surrounding star regions and celestial bodies that could detect a battle here. However, Ling Moxu's fight did not stop because of his deterrent performance. On the contrary, the Mammoth Man Zerk and others attacked Ling Moxu more frantically, because while the terrifying god has no time to take care of other things, quickly take down this female companion, and perhaps threaten him. This is an imaginable mentality. Ling Moxu was indeed in a very difficult situation at this time. Zerk would not be weaker than her, and there were so many slightly weaker mammoth men around. This was just a garrison on a remote mining planet. No, the garrison was restricted by the owner and was still in the tide. These were clearly just airport entry and exit and mining area security guards. The strength of the Zell tribe far exceeded the original expectations of Ling Moxu in the Ivory Tower. The vast universe is really not something that a princess who is showing off her power on a planet can understand. What's more disgusting is that after the Mammoth Man who was penetrated by the sword energy exploded, he split into countless protozoa, which also harassed around, but changed to a different life form. But one's own power will decay. Ling Moxu's armor had already had many cracks, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corners of her mouth. She panted slightly and looked at the Mammoth Man who was attacking crazily, but her eyes became more determined. The master did not interfere with her battle. but took all the consequences of other dimensionality reduction, whether it was the army, the starfield photon cannon, or this strange red moon. The master might not have time to distract himself with the rest of the things, and he was too embarrassed to ask the master for help. Ling Moxu knew that if the master had no time to distract himself, he might die. It was also a pity to protect the fellow miners in the mining area. It was his choice, not the master's order. This was originally his responsibility, and the master had done enough. Clang, the fangs pierced through the shoulder armor, splashing a canopy of blood. The seemingly fragile body did not even take a step back, but stabbed back with a long sword and penetrated into Zolk's lower abdomen. Zolk took a few steps back, with some madness and respect in his eyes. A female. Great, it also panted, and suddenly laughed. But is all this worth it? Ling Moxu knew what it meant, and turned to look. The miners she had saved were now huddled in a corner of the mountain. At a glance, there might be tens of thousands of them, and it was hard to tell which tribes they were. It was a vast expanse. Tens of thousands were just the total number of this mining area, and it was unknown how many there were on this planet. But with so many people, no one stood up to help, and she was just a woman, like dust, facing a group of mammoths as big as a hill, and the harassment of endless protozoa. I did it just because I thought I should do it. Not for what others would do after I did it. That actually has nothing to do with me. Ling Moxu smiled slightly. Master said that there are always some things that don't need to ask about the pros and cons. It's true, Master. Zark shook his head slightly. I thought you were so determined that you wouldn't be anyone's slave. Ling Moxu smiled. At least I know what I'm doing, and you're slaves without knowing it. Anger flashed in Zark's eyes, and the mammoths charged again in groups. Ling Moxu's slender hand holding the sword trembled slightly at the pressure of the avalanche, knowing that her strength was insufficient. But soon the trembling turned into stability again. Zuanian's sword came out. The mountains and rivers of ancient China, the Huangzhong Dalu, and the eternal Xiao sound, appeared in the sky of the alien star. Suddenly, a descendant of the gods among the miners became excited. This is Zuanian of the Father God. Bullshit, a human whispered. This is the country of China. Although they refuted, they did not argue with each other. Both sides took a step forward almost at the same time, whispering, it's the Father God who is telling me. Damn, I seem to have lost the face of my ancestors. They had no weapons or armor, and grabbed the pickaxes and strode forward. Anyway, we will die, for some things. Once someone takes the first step, there will be a second and a third. The same tribes of the two followed behind, and then more and more. Another interstellar life also followed after seeing it, from two to two groups, gradually like a tide, breaking out of the dam. Zark was stunned. You really don't want to die? With your limited strength, you still have, Before he finished speaking, the Zuanian sword in the sky turned into two turned into three, and soon there were thousands of swords, and the sword light was like rain. It didn't matter how strong they were. The Zuanian sword sensed the will of the people, and the aura of the Emperor finally appeared. One sword changed the world. The overwhelming sword light was like thousands of meteors, and it started almost at the same time as the huge explosion of the star far away in the moon sky, reflecting each other. Ling Moxu suddenly flashed a word in his mind. Heaven and man are in harmony. He is heaven, I am man. Nonsense thoughts flashed through his mind, and suddenly the roar of a warship sounded in the distance. A pirate warship disguised as a merchant ship came roaring, and Maya's voice band spread fiercely. Damn it, I won't pretend anymore. I am a pirate. If I don't rob now, when will I? Ling Moxu smiled brightly. The smoke cleared. Whether it was the Mammoth Man or the Energy Temple, they were all tied up tightly by Maya's pirate binding rope. The light flickered, reflecting the dark red on the ground and the blood-stained battle robe on Ling Moxu's body. She propped her sword on the ground, almost losing the strength to stand, but she was smiling happily. Looking up, the changes in the sky also ended almost at the same time. People didn't even have time to thank Ling Moxu and Maya. Everyone, including the captives such as Zark, looked up at the sky at this time, with extremely solemn expressions. So much so that no one even said harsh words. It didn't look like the scene after the war at all. Because the strange phenomenon in the sky was beyond people's understanding. No one had ever thought that a red moon satellite would be a great celestial body. It should be the kind that a defensive photon cannon could destroy with one shell, or at least have crippled. But Xia Guixuan gathered the energy from countless photon bombardments and swung it out with almost stellar power. It actually exploded like a big explosion that was evenly matched. The shock wave alone was enough to break the surface mining star hundreds of thousands of kilometers away apart. When the fight was going on the ground, no one had the mind to think about these things. It was not until the dust settled that they realized what was going on in the sky. Wasn't it like rolling over a balloon? How could a mere satellite compete with a star? Xia Guixuan seemed to have been prepared. His power was actually used to protect the mining star to prevent the impact and shock from destroying the planet and extinct all life. When the light faded, the stellar energy group disappeared, and the red moon disappeared as well. Did they die together? No. Even many miners with a little knowledge could judge that the red moon was not destroyed. The explosion of destruction was not like this. It was more like it could not withstand Xia Guixuan's power and escape into the void. What on earth is that thing? Xia Guixuan stood quietly in the void and pondered for a moment, finally smiled as if he didn't want to bother about it, and flashed back to the ground. Ling Moxu stood there covered in blood. Zhu Jian looked at him, a little worried. Master, this matter. I can't understand the level. Did it cause us to alert the enemy? I said. There is no need to consider the pros and cons. Xia Guixuan gently stroked her hair, and a soft light flashed in his hand. Ling Moxu's blood was completely removed, her armor was restored to its new state, and her external injuries were all healed. She looked like a beautiful Ling Moxu again. Ling Moxu blinked her eyes and muttered in a low voice, "It's just an appearance. The internal injuries haven't healed." Xia Guixuan gently hugged her, lowered his head and kissed her. Internal injuries can't be cured like that. Seeing him kiss her, Ling Moxu was stunned for a moment, her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly closed her eyes. Except for the one during the filming, I don't know if it counts. This seems to be the first time he kissed her. Really, even swallowed the thing. This is actually the first real kiss. P.S. Please give me double the monthly tickets. I will continue to update today. Chapter 173 Aftermath. A group of prisoners looked at each other in bewilderment. The army and fighter planes in the distance were still rising and falling. The miners who were united and felt that they had a chance to vent their anger were holding their pickaxes with a confused look on their faces. Maya drove a warship and floated far away, unable to complain. In the cold wind, the terrifying gods in everyone's hearts and the valiant and resolute female sword god just hugged and kissed each other. What kind of environment is this? How many things are pending, how many words are waiting for your instructions, and then you show us a romantic kiss scene. But I have to admit that it is beautiful. They are handsome men and pretty women. In the cold wind, there are no stars or moon, the night is dark red, and there is blood on the ground. This quiet kiss makes the blood color gentle for no reason, and the fierce breath becomes warm. The panicked and chaotic people's hearts actually slowly calm down in this picture. Some miners simply threw away their pickaxes and sat on the rocks next to them to watch the show with their chins propped up. After so many years of hard mining, it's rare to have a TV series to watch, and it's a sweet pet drama. I miss it so much. Unfortunately, it is impossible to fast forward to the AV drama. Xia Guixuan also discovered another characteristic of Ling Moxu. She doesn't care what others think of her. She is like no one else. It may be because she has been criticized too much as a star, or it may be because the princess is too proud to care about the nonsense of lower people, or it may be that the sword heart is self-centered and only cares about what I want to care about. Generally, women will blush and be shy when kissed in public like this, and may even struggle subconsciously. Ling Moxu just closed her eyes and felt it quietly. Feel the warmth of both lips, feel the tenderness he has never had before. Feel the change in his mind. Is it a little different? Feel the breath he passed over, nourishing the nearly exhausted meridians and Danshan. Feel the meaning of the rest of life after the war, the pros and cons of that moment, life and death, the sharpening of the sword heart, just like before. And he almost broke the galaxy for his nonsense, just saying do it if you want to. All thoughts melted into a kiss and poured out. Until the people around them were almost turned into sculptures, the two slowly separated, and there were still unclear filaments, gently shattering, just like the little hearts of many people who admire the female sword god. Ling Moxu's cheeks were a little flushed at this moment, and she buried her head in his chest and didn't say anything. Xia Guixuan looked around and smiled at the humans and divine miners who stood up first. There are protozoan spores lurking in your bodies, and they have been sucking your blood and flesh nutrients and cultivation energy to grow stronger. They broke out of the body not because they fell, but because they felt that this flesh and blood shell had decayed and couldn't even carry a piece of ore. It was useless, so it's better to turn into the nutrients for the last shell to hatch and swallow it up. People were silent. Trying to live is just to feed the parasitic spores, until they are weak and useless. They have to become the last nutrients to be swallowed. Direct and cruel. Many people are thinking that since they are going to die anyway, it is better to resist and die directly. At least the parasitic spores can suck less. Xia Guixuan asked the human, "Have you ever thought of waiting to die, or to die in the country?" The human was a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect this. I was also a soldier, and I was captured on the front line. I'm not a coward. But Daxia can't beat us, so we, looking south for the king's division for another year." Xia Guixuan's desire for poetry soared, and he smiled. "The king's division is really coming. Did you hear it just now?" The human said excitedly. "I heard it. The galaxy fleet is coming." Xia Guixuan pointed at Ling Moxu. "This is the daughter of the current head of state, who has personally risked her life to rescue you." The human looked at Ling Moxu in shock, and Ling Moxu leaned in Xia Guixuan's arms and smiled. "In fact, I don't know what I feel in my heart. Because even I don't know why I do this. It shouldn't be something that Ling Moxu would do, but it's very uncomfortable, so I did it. Is it because, now I'm a princess, not a conspirator who secretly plots to seize power, so the perspective is different? I don't know." The human was ecstatic, and the descendants of the gods were a little depressed. The one who saved people was the human princess, and the one who attacked was the galactic fleet. What about the descendants of gods? Is the Kanglong star really Daxia? Xia Guixuan didn't say much, just flipped his palm lightly, and the dots of light spread out, gradually gathering into the shape of a blue dragon, floating in the sky. The blue dragon spit out water, turning into billions of meteors, accurately dropping into every corner and every life on this mining planet. Everyone could feel a pain in their stomach, a sweetness in their throat, and a mouthful of blood mist. In the blood stasis, there were disgusting larvae crawling on the ground. The descendants of gods worshipped in ecstasy. See the Father God. Seeing many descendants of gods bowing their heads and worshipping with great piety, Xia Guixuan silently operated a global insect killer and did not respond to others bowing. People admired him even more. This is God. What's the kiss just now? Ling Moxu knew what the master was thinking. What people care about is the salvation of the human princess and the Father God of the descendants of gods. But this kind of consciousness, preaching is meaningless, and there is no such obligation. In fact, when the power gap is too big, heroes and sustenance are indeed needed, and they cannot be divided. People need gods, so give them gods. They need heroes, so there is a princess with a sword. That is perfect. Xia Guixuan said to the floating ship in the distance, "One last thing, take the miners here to other places and let them go home, and your servant life will end. If I find out that you dare to sell people," Maya's cheek twitched, I dare not, I will follow your orders." In fact, her heart was bleeding. There are more than tens of thousands of miners here, and these more than 10,000 are just for the mining. God knows how many there are in the world. He only has a dozen ships, and they are not passenger ships. He could have taken the opportunity to load a lot of ore and cargo to make a fortune, but after being occupied by these people transportation, the income has been reduced by at least half. But he didn't dare to be greedy at this moment. The gentleman's ability to take the photon cannon in his hand and treat the Starfield defense line as his back garden really scared him. No matter how greedy he was, he didn't dare to use it here. He still honestly let go of the cabin and smiled at the miners. "Everyone, come on board, transport to the gathering star outside. When the time comes, everyone will seek a transfer by themselves. If you really can't find it, I can still help. Well, please be quick. I still have to go to other mining areas to pick up people." Looking at the pirate group busy picking up people on the ship, Ling Moxu smiled. "They are quite useful. Manpower is useful at any time, so people are the most important resource." Xia Guixuan turned to the army in the distance that was still rising and falling, and laughed out loud. "There are a lot of manpower here. What do you think we should do with it?" Although it was a joke, the atmosphere became solemn. The warehouse manager and Zark stood aside with a stern look, unable to use any ability, and even unable to speak. Other things have been solved, and these manpower are prisoners. In this war, if the prisoners were from a similar civilization, they might be able to surrender and use them. However, for a civilization like theirs that is out of tune with them, most people would choose to kill them. Otherwise, Letting them go back would only cause trouble to the galaxy fleet, and being soft-hearted would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. But Xia Guixuan didn't seem to plan to do so. Instead, he unlocked the voice restriction of the warehouse keeper. "Let's find a better environment and talk," the warehouse keeper sighed and said with an ugly look. "If you want to torture me, just search my mind directly. I won't tell you what you want to ask me." Xia Guixuan laughed dumbly. "But why do I feel that you have a lot to ask me?" The warehouse keeper was silent. "That strange red moon, everyone has been here for so long, and they didn't realize it was so exaggerated. In fact, no matter which celestial body, it must have been initially explored for its purpose. That terrifyingly solid red moon is definitely a rare and excellent raw material in the universe. It was definitely not like this in the previous survey, otherwise it would not be left hanging there as a moon, but this mineral planet would be mined as a treasure. It's like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. When did this change happen? What is that thing? P.S. The old rule is to add more updates at around 10 o'clock in the evening. Continue to ask for double monthly tickets. Chapter 174. What does it have to do with me? It was the same everywhere, scarlet, dim, and even the light source disappeared after the red moon disappeared. They had to rely on their own electricity for lighting. There was no palace for the mine commander, and everything was simple. The military camp could even be considered rudimentary, almost like a mountain village. If there was any advantage to this else, perhaps it was that most of them were beasts and insects. They did not need to enjoy, and did not have the aesthetics and desire of humans. However, this was not caused by excellent qualities, but on the contrary, it was the most barbaric and bloody civilization. They only enjoyed the most primitive killing, domination, devouring, and reproduction. Even reproduction was asexual, all fission. Only energy and life and flesh were the most important, and everything else was unimportant. In contrast, the warehouse manager of the energy temple was obviously from a higher civilization, with faith, spiritual practice, and a more systematic understanding and decomposition of cosmic energy. His warehouse management office was the most normal place in the entire mine planet building. There were spacious and bright offices, meditation prayer rooms, drinks shipped from aliens, and exquisite energy foods. But the overall style is still simple, without decorations or luxury goods, like a devout believer or an ascetic monk. The most interesting thing is that his entire management office building is adapted to the normal height, with a door frame of about 2 meters. Those mammoths may not even be able to fit their teeth into the door. From this detail, it is difficult to understand that the two sides are in the same group, because it is obvious that the two sides do not have any intersection. But they are really in the same group. Xia Guixuan was leaning on the sofa in the office, with a silent warehouse manager in front of him. Ling Moxu stood beside Xia Guixuan with a sword, and was pulled into his arms by Xia Guixuan. Ling Moxu struggled subconsciously, but failed to break free, so she let him hold her diagonally and leaned lazily in his arms. In an instant, she changed from a straight sword servant to a weak concubine. She also pouted her lips slightly, which was a little awkward. The warehouse manager's lightning-formed eyes drooped, looking at the ground without saying a word. God knows what improvement has been made in the lightning-formed eyes. Xia Guixuan peeled a candy and fed it to Ling Moxu's mouth. Ling Moxu ate it with a blushing face, but was suddenly startled. Such a pure candy made of energy. Are all the food of the Zelts like this? She also peeled one and fed it to Xia Guixuan, blinking her eyes, indicating master, try it too. Xia Guixuan ate it, nodded slightly, and whispered in his ear, compared to mine, which one is purer? PFFT. Ling Moxu glanced at the warehouse manager and whispered in his ear, this is just a candy. Yours made me jump so many levels. It's different. Will you eat it again tonight? Ling Moxu bowed her head and said nothing. The warehouse manager on the other side couldn't help it. Are you here to flirt with my office? Then I'll leave for a while and come back after you two put on your pants. Xia Guixuan almost choked and laughed. Are all ascetics sultry? The warehouse manager kept a straight face and didn't say a word. Xia Guixuan asked, what's your name? Turin. Bishop level of the Zelter Holy Temple of Light, no longer. I'm just a warehouse manager on the mining planet. Xia Guixuan smiled, as a place more formal than a military camp, and with your bishop level spiritual self-discipline, I dare say that you were either sent here to supervise the army, or you asked for exile. In either case, your status on this mining planet may be higher than that of a legion commander. After all, this is just a garrison on the mining planet, not even a division, and probably no higher than a bishop. Turin's eyes flashed with electricity, and he was a little unbelievable that Xia Guixuan would mention the latter possibility. Asking for exile. Because I just noticed the shackles of your heart. You think that the current Zelter has become strange, dark, bloodthirsty, impulsive and violent, which is contrary to your deep cultivation. You can't stand it, but you can't avoid the torrent, so you ask to go to a remote mining planet and be an inconspicuous warehouse manager. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, it's a pity that the bishop level is still the bishop level. Whether it is the mind, cultivation, or adherence to external things. Just refusing my bribe has betrayed you. Turin said nothing. Xia Guixuan said, a bishop sitting in such a remote mining planet, I believe that even if you don't care about other things, as long as you decide, you can make the final decision. So I only need to talk to you. The Legion commander over there is not as valuable as you. In fact, I think Zark is a little different, but his character is average, so I'd better find you. Turin, is this called bullying an honest person? Ling Moxu also looked at it curiously. I never thought that this inconspicuous warehouse manager was the real ruler of this planet, just like I didn't expect that the Red Moon was the most special thing here. Xia Guixuan leaned on the sofa, tapping the armrest with his fingers. Why have you changed to the point that you feel the need to stay away from the mining star? I actually know the reason. Turin's eyes flashed. Does your excellency mean the Red Moon? No, those are two different things. As for why you have changed, I know it, but why should I tell you? Turin almost spat out blood, and remained silent with an expressionless face. Xia Guixuan said slowly, your internal changes can only cause you to be corrupted. But this Red Moon may lead to the extinction of your clan. Do you want to hear it? In fact, I think internal changes will lead to the extinction of your clan, Tulin said slowly. Anyway, the matter of the Red Moon is a problem that you have to figure out yourself. Let's exchange what we know. Don't fool me, Ling Moxu said coldly. What's your attitude? Xia Guixuan waved his hand. Forget it. This Red Moon is something I am very interested in. Let me ask you, didn't you survey this satellite in the early years? Did you find any special features of it? Tulin shook his head and said, many years ago, it was still an ordinary satellite. We surveyed it and found that it was not even suitable for growing vegetables, and there were no valuable minerals. We were also very surprised by your confrontation with it today. Its camouflage is indeed very good. The core is only the size of a cell, and the outside is attached with layers of cosmic garbage and useless silt, gradually gathering interest. It is normal that you can't survey the most core weirdness. Tulin's cheek twitched. A cell-sized core formed a satellite with a diameter of more than 3,000 kilometers? When I first arrived here, I noticed that there is a subtle connection between the mineral star and the Red Moon, just like companion twins. This shouldn't be the case. The normal satellite orbital connection is not the same thing. I originally thought that you thought the Red Moon was a satellite, and in fact the mineral star was the companion satellite, but after careful perception, it is not the case. Xia Guixuan asked, have you felt that there is something wrong with the mineral star over the years? Tulin hesitated for a moment, and still said, it feels that the quality of the mines is getting worse and worse. The rich mines that were originally surveyed are now like poor mines when dug into. There are so many unusable impurities that it makes people shake their heads. In addition, he paused, sighed, and said, the miners are weakening faster than before. Xia Guixuan said, even though it's like this, you didn't notice anything unusual. I came here partly because I wanted to check the situation, but I found nothing, so I didn't pay attention to it anymore. Tulin sighed. After all, it was a very long change. It has been hundreds of years. It is possible that the minerals have slowly decayed, and it is also explainable that this has affected life and health. As your excellency said, could it be that they were all absorbed by the Red Moon? Yes, the key is to absorb all the essences around to refine itself, whether it is the essence of minerals or the essence of human life. Ling Moxu, the last few words reminded her of something strange, even though she knew it was not what she meant. It's broken. Others obviously wouldn't think of her. Turin's expression was particularly ugly. No wonder, after coming here, my practice has not improved at all, and there are even signs of regression. I thought it was the radiation decay and other problems in the mining area, but unexpectedly the relationship is here. Yes, so the two are not a companion relationship, but a blood-sucking relationship. Xia Guixuan suddenly sneered. Have you ever thought about what this is like? Ling Moxu also thought of it. It's like the parasitic spores of Zelter sucking the blood of miners. It's their turn. It's not worth sympathy at all. Turin was silent for a while, and whispered, This is not us. Forget it, it's not the behavior of your branch, right, but you are now one, Xia Guixuan said lightly. Do you want to know what I plan to do with these captives? Turin shook his head. Although the red moon escaped into the void and entered a dimensional rift, it is actually still nearby, constantly sucking blood, Xia Guixuan said calmly. I will seal this star and let it continue to suck until you all become weak and sacrificed to the living. Tulin stood up suddenly. You can't do this. Oh, Xia Guixuan said leisurely. Why, don't you still need 9 mysterious star steel? If this place is sealed, who will find it for you, eh? Tulin saw a piece of fine steel ore in Xia Guixuan's hand before he finished speaking. 9 mysterious star steel is nothing more than the natural fusion and collision of the red copper and red spot iron ore here. It is a new ore that has been fused several times under the high temperature of the star core. It contains the secret of the star core, the heart of fire, and the hardness of 100 tempers. It is indeed rare. When I get here, my divine thoughts can enter the star core and I can get it easily. Why do I need you? Tulin looked gray. What a god can do is indeed beyond his imagination. He thought he could still use human hands, but in fact he himself is the world. But sir, are you willing to continue to give nutrients to the red moon? I am interested in it, but I don't know who it belongs to and what its ultimate purpose is. Xia Guixuan smiled slightly. Compared to satisfying my expectations and curiosity, whether it will destroy Zelter has nothing to do with me. P.S. The 10,000 words are updated. Thanks to the Silver Alliance for thinking about others and sighing about the world, and thanks to the brothers Shuxin, Beige, Xia Oxiang Yaojian, and Stuka Rufang for joining the alliance. Chapter 175, Making Heroes into Sinners. Turin's hands and feet were cold. This is really the judgment of the gods. No matter how many lives he has, he won't even frown. What does it have to do with me? And he was unable to refute it. The other party was the god of Kanglong Star. After 250 years of feud, such an ending is not a matter of course. Still expecting the father god to pity you? But Turin still realized that there was room for discussion here. Because just like that, the other party was telling him the situation, not asking him about the situation. Is it necessary to find a place with a good environment to chat privately just to ask if there has been any survey before? I'm full. It can be seen that the other party should have some other ideas, and I need to talk privately. For example, if the other party is just interested, why did he alarm the snake and blast the red moon away into the void? It means that the red moon may be disadvantageous to him or the person he wants to protect. The most likely thing is that the female sword servant is likely to be sucked of vitality by the red moon during the battle. He is protecting his own sword servant. And the female sword servant may not know this. In addition, if you think about it a little more, you will think that once this red moon becomes stronger and has a wider influence, will it affect his blue dragon star? So he suppressed it for a while, at least to make this red moon not too arrogant. This is the basis for possible discussion, but it is obvious that the person who can cooperate with his ideas on such a major matter will not be himself, but the queen. Based on the identity of the two sides as enemies and the current situation that is obviously disadvantageous to Zelt, this god is unlikely to want to cooperate on an equal footing. The most likely possibility is that he plans to conquer first. Turin knew that the only thing that could interest the other party was his identity as the high-level bishop of Zelt, and the other party was not trying to obtain information. That would only require mental exploration. He might want to be a spy himself. After all, there are many hidden dangers in the art of controlling the mind. If you run into a master, you will be seen through. Only if you are willing to be a spy, it will be truly valuable. But doing so is equivalent to saving the Mining Star Army, but selling out the entire Zelt. Turin's expression kept changing, and he never spoke again. Looking at the current flashing in his eyes, it was almost short-circuited. Xia Guixuan looked at him with interest for a while, and said to Ling Moxu in his arms, every civilization has some respectable people. Ling Moxu said lightly, the enemy's hero, my enemy, that's right, Xia Guixuan laughed. In fact, what you said just now makes a lot of sense. Your people's hearts have become dark, bloodthirsty, impulsive and violent. This kind of internal change may lead to the extinction of the Zelt tribe. Do you want to understand this? Turin looked up suddenly. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, this change is likely caused by the beast races outside. Now they are the most corrupt. There is nothing that cannot be killed on this mining planet. What are you pitying? They, Turin said with some difficulty, can they be saved? Save something that is completely different from your race? If I hadn't seen that your building didn't intend to let them in at all, I would have almost believed your boundless love." Xia Guixuan laughed and said, "Deep in your heart, you should wish that these savage beasts would die, but now that you have merged into one family, it is difficult to say it out loud." Turin gritted his teeth and said nothing. Xia Guixuan continued speaking, as if whispering a devil. "Look, a high-level civilization is mixed with a group of filthy beasts, that's fine, but now it is being led astray by them, causing the entire civilization to begin to corrupt. You still want to save them, isn't that tantamount to destroying your true compatriots?" Turin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "This is the real meaning of your secret talk with me. What exactly do you want me to do? Are you here to save my people? Why not?" Xia Guixuan smiled brightly. "You are devout in your beliefs, but have no intention of changing the status quo. You just ask for exile and hide in this god-forsaken place. Is this your piety? Shouldn't you work hard to reverse it and sacrifice your life for it?" Turin sighed. "It turns out that you don't want me to be a spy, but to be the source of civil strife. What you want to do is real." Xia Guixuan smiled. "My two tribes on Kanglong Star have fought for hundreds of years. I don't believe that the Zeld civilization, which is also composed of two tribes, can really work together," Tulin said slowly. "Our queen is the creation of the integration of the two civilizations. Everyone has the same beliefs, so it is normal to have different behaviors. You Kanglong Star do not have a leader who can convince both sides, so of course there will be a civil war." Ling Moxa laughed and looked at Xia Guixuan's embarrassed face. He fooled others, but ended up making himself look bad. Xia Guixuan coughed twice, "But the situation is different now. You have begun to blacken and corrode, and are mutating more and more towards the direction of those beasts. You only have endless desires for expansion and flesh and blood. In the long run, your branch will naturally die out, and we don't need to fight you on Kanglong Star," Tulin said lightly. "Your Excellency asked me to go back, and I did nothing. Are you at a disadvantage? Huh? Is it important?" Xia Guixuan laughed, and Tulin suddenly found that the scene he was in had changed. Originally in his office, Xia Guixuan was still hugging his little sword servant, but now he has been in the vast space, and the dark red mining star is not far under his feet. Xia Guixuan flipped his palm, and invisible ripples flashed. Turin knew that the mining planet had undergone a phase shift, and people outside could not enter, and people inside could not leave. Just as Xia Guixuan said before, they were trapped inside, and the red moon absorbed their lives day by day until they were exhausted. Xia Guixuan withdrew his hand and said lightly, "You watched me do this, and you no longer had the sudden change of expression before, but were very calm. Does it mean that you are cheering in your heart, and you are not as united with a beast tribe as you deceived yourself before?" Turin did not answer. Xia Guixuan said again, "I am looking forward to it. After you go back, will you tell the queen to save them, or will you pretend that nothing happened and just report that this planet was destroyed by the gods of the Kanglong Star and you fled back?" Turin clenched his fists tightly, but still did not speak. Xia Guixuan took Ling Moxa away. "I am also looking forward to it. When you see a branch of the orcs again, will you still be able to remain calm, or will there be some other thoughts stirring in your heart?" The two of them flew away, leaving Tulin quietly floating in the air, looking at the mining star below, speechless for a long time. "Master, I think you are the devil who tempts people to fall," Ling Moxu finally spoke after not knowing how far away they were. "You are obviously here to deal with a dark demon. Their dark corruption was caused by that dark demon, not the influence of the orcs at all, right? But you are lying to him, inducing him to go back and uncover the fuse of civil strife and division, making a hero a sinner. Did you secretly use some kind of mind guidance technique?" "So what?" Xia Guixuan said with a straight face. "I still say that. Why should my descendants have a civil war, but their two civilizations don't? They have the queen to support them, our father god. Hey, this is still the void of the universe, not a place to cheat on punishment." Okay, our father god is finally doing something, isn't he?" Ling Moxa smiled and said, "I thought that the dark demon and Zelt were one and the same, and that he was the god of Zelt. But it turns out not to be. The birth of that dark demon can't be more than 500 years old, while the two Zelt tribes have civilizations of at least 10,000 years. Of course, they are not the same thing." Xia Guixuan stared at the stars in the distance in a trance, and whispered, "The most interesting thing is that a fourth party has arrived, the people behind the red moon." Ling Moxu said, "With such a large star field and different dimensions, it is normal for multiple parties to compete. Including the Thousand Edges fantasy world, there are actually 5 parties. Hey, Could this red moon be also created by the Thousand Edges fantasy world? I think it looks a bit like it, not quite the same. The Thousand Edges fantasy world is about taking over and replacing, while this red moon is about absorption and refining. The reason I'm particularly interested in it is that I think this thing was originally a magic type of thing, but it gives me a sense of vastness that is neither good nor evil. Xia Guixuan was very impressed. This is very likely the supreme proof of a fellow Taoist. This is just the tip of the iceberg, but it is tens of thousands of times higher than that dark demon. The dark demon is taking, but Xia Guixuan had a face full of discrimination from beginning to end, and Ling Moxu thought it was very interesting. She knew why Xia Guixuan tempted Tulin to go back and cause trouble. Because Xia Guixuan wanted to kill the dark demon. Although it would definitely be detrimental to Kanglong Star if this thing revived, it must be solved first, but in a sense, isn't this also helping Zelter? It's not that easy. I can deal with the dark demon, but you Zelter can mess up yourselves. And the subsequent war is Gongsun Jiu's business. By then, the master will have to deal with the queen, maybe? Just thinking about this, a patrol ship came quickly in front, and Maya's voice band was transmitting, "Dear sir, I'm back to pick you up. You must need a skilled guide like me." Ling Moxu was thinking about the queen in her heart, and she felt a little sour. Seeing this, she couldn't help but complain. The taking gods are amazing. Even if they let people go, there are still people who are eager to send themselves to be slaves. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.